Alrighty, folks. Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Happy Easter. Welcome to round 7, the 2026 FIDE candidates. You're watching the Chess Dojo Watch Party as we follow the most important tournament of the year to determine the next challenger for Gukesh, our world champion. How's everyone doing? Where are we watching from today? What kind of mood? What kind of mood are we watching with? Hopeful? Defeated? Happy? Excited? If you're watching yesterday, we had Cinderov winning again with black against Wei Yi. I didn't even realize he won 2 black games in a row. So he's ahead of Fabi by 1.5 points. And now it's starting to feel like these are the only 2 players with a chance. I think Jesse would have called it long ago. Basically, everyone is out except for these 2. We'll see what happens in today's round. You know, Fabi loses another game, Cinderov wins another game. I mean, they can end the tournament. They can just end the tournament. Everyone goes home early. You know, just use the second half. Just have the match right there. Fly Gukesh out and have him play Cinderov. You know, if he goes into the second half with full 2.5 points. It is cool to see something historic. It is cool to witness it live. The ascension. In a year or 2, Cinderov will be just a regular elite player. But we'll remember when he was still just an up-and-comer. So, what are the pairings we have today? Cinderov is white against Giri. So he won his last 2 games is black. Now he has white. Looks pretty solid so far. We have a d4 system on the board. Some kind of Nimzo Rogozin, I think. So we'll see how much risk Cinderov takes. He's a very aggressive player. You know, it seems like he likes to attack and put his opponents under pressure. And play sharp and aggressive. But he doesn't really need to. You know, if he just draws a lot of his games from here, you know, he's got great chances. But we'll see. Fabi playing very sharp Slav line right now against Prag. So that's the other key matchup today. So Cinderov-Giri, Prag-Fabi. Prag's tournament has been somewhat disappointing so far, although he's still on an even score. So it's not horrible. But, of course, if he's hoping for first, then hasn't gone the way he's hoped. And then we have Blue Bomb against Naka, and yeah, this one I'm expecting a solid affair. Maybe one of these players will decide to play for something, but it seems like a draw is kind of suiting them both. Because Naka, you know, he needs to kind of calm down, right? He needs to stop the bleeding in the first half, come back second half fresh, try to score some points. If Giri somehow wins, something can happen. No, absolutely. Absolutely. Master Chess Dojo. Hello, hello. Thank you for the raid. Welcome back, folks. We are into round 7 here. No, of course, if Cinderov loses a game, the tournament, you know, becomes much more accessible for Fabi to strike back. But this is unlikely, guys. This is unlikely. You know, I think at this point, a lot of people are just saying it's over. It's obviously not over. I think it'll come down to the last final rounds. My prediction is that it'll come down to the final round and that Cinderov will take it home because he's just been so far in incredible form. There's no reason he should slow down. At least that's the most likely thing. But, you know, Sometimes the stress, the nerves, they get to a player. It's just that they don't seem to have gotten to Cinderov yet. He's just too young to be feeling the pressure, so he doesn't feel it. He's like, yeah, I just play best move. I don't know, I play. It's like, okay, yeah. He's like, he hasn't been around long enough to feel the sting of the moment. Okay, so Giri, by the way, has been thinking since we've started on White's last move here, queen to e2. So we'll jump into the games here in just a sec. And Fabi has just played this interesting move, queen to c7, which in that position, isn't queen c7 quite normal? It's this old line, right? But do they start with knight d7? Let's go to the Fabi game because I'm curious about this opening. Prag is thinking. And yeah, let's jump over here. Okay. And this is the Giri game. Let's jump to Fabi. Okay, so Fabi-Prag. So let's go back. So this one started off as d4, queen pawn, d5, queen pawn, c4, queen's gambit, c6, queen's gambit declined, Slav variation. Knight f3, queen's gambit declined. Knight f6, knight c3. Okay, 3-knight system. So this was long the main line of the Slav variation, but after DC, there was a lot of theory, a lot of debate for decades and decades. At some point, people started trying e3 here, nicknamed the slow Slav, just to keep things more flexible. But other than these two systems, nothing else actually has really taken off. You can't really play the Catalan so effectively here because black hasn't blocked in their bishop. And white could have played the exchange Slav, but likely would have done that on the last move if that was their idea. Doesn't really make sense to commit the knight to f3 like this. So knight c3, Prag goes for the big main line. Now black has many options here. e6 is the semi-Slav. a6 is the Chebanenko Slav. We have g6, which is the Schlechter Slav. Bishop f5, which is the amateur Slav that I just coined this right now because after takes, queen to b3, thousands of amateurs have lost this position from the black side on Lichess. And we have DC, which I would name the classical Slav. Let me in, boss. Oh, okay. I didn't know we have, we've guessed. Let's go. All right. All right. Zoom incoming. Folks, give me a second here. We bring in a guest. Let's see. I'll have to take a very short break, guys, while we figure out the cams, and then we will be right back. Alrighty, folks, we are back now, joined by Jesse. Hello, Jesse.
Hi, sorry I missed yesterday. I feel like I missed a huge day, dude. I missed a huge day. Oh, yeah, dude.
Well, I mean, it's just yeah, the continuation.
The continuation. Yeah.
I guess you also missed. Well, you missed the end of the day that Cinderov beat Naka, so we never had a chance to talk about Naka's reaction there, which you probably saw.
Right.
But yeah, actually, let me get back to live position. So I was just looking at this Fabi game
Right. Let's talk about that.
because they had this old main line, classical Slav. Then he plays Queen C7, which I couldn't remember if they started with Knight D7 first or Queen C7. I thought they started with Knight D7, but he goes Queen C7, Knight C4, Knight A6.
Okay, let me say a couple words about this 95 move. So, I remember seeing this move when I was a kid, and it was the hardest thing. There was no books. It was just like an opening manual. And it really disturbed me that White was spending so much time coming around with the knight. So it's got to be said, is a pre-computer idea, but it's been analyzed to death with the engines. And the basic idea, it should be said, is not only are you going to spend a gazillion tempos playing knight e5, knight c4, but you are going to be looking to play f3, e4 to try to undevelop the bishop on f5 and the knight on f6. Um, Doing that, of course, is a high risk act. And the first thing that comes to mind, of course, is the last candidates when Ding beat Fabi. Or I guess it was the candidates who had to have been the candidates before that, right? Where
Yeah.
Ding beat Fabi in that was that weird coronavirus candidates, and that was a madness position. Also a position though where Fabi gambled, like he gambled with some moves, kind of this mildly similar way the way he lost to Cinderov.
Hmm.
And now he's gambling with these weird moves, Queen C7, Knight C4, Knight A6, Rook D8. Definitely gambling.
Right. Yeah. No, this is sharp, and yeah, I mean, like the classic way of playing, like Knight D7. What was it? G3, E5, right? Like this line. This I think is
Right? Yeah, there's a lot of different ways for black to mess with you, you know. I mean, you're going to take a million tempi to play F3, E4 and Knight E5, C4. There's going to be a bunch of different ways to try to play it.
yeah. Um, So knight a6, rook d8. Yeah, it seems rare, and Prague has already started to tank, but he did play f3 and e4, which is like the
Right?
critical thing. And yeah, this is really similar to that Ding game. I think it was not this exact variation, but
Yeah.
close.
Right.
And that was an amazing game. That was like classic Fabi kind of bluff,
Hmm.
sacking two pawns, and Ding just figuring it all out.
And finding like key moves under big pressure. And Ding ultimately was in time pressure in that game too. Yeah, I remember.
Oh yeah.
So if I'm just looking at this optically, Kostya, optically, I'm like White's much better. Now, the only thing that's making me think that White's not much better is just because of Fabi's playing quickly. But Fabi's also bluffed me in the past, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like bullshit. Okay, I want to put it that way. It looks like bullshit.
Yeah, I mean it is weird, right? Bishop is on f8, rook is on h8, black hasn't castled yet, white has big center, bishop e3 is coming. uh, yeah, I don't know what to call this, but if it's like if it's the not Fabi position, right? It's not Fabi playing. It's like what elo is this right now? What is black doing? Um, but no, clearly he concretely understands what's happening. Um,
I don't see how it becomes concrete. So, like, if I'm white, like, if my worry would be this, there's some concrete variation dude is going to do to me. But
hmm
it's really hard to imagine what Fabi's going to do unless it's like knight b4 and g6 and developing.
Right. Which yeah, wouldn't be that scary. I mean, if both sides just develop normally, then that should be really nice for white. I would agree. You just hold on to your space. So let's think here. Bishop e6. Okay, well, one idea is maybe he wants to play bishop c4 and e5.
Good. Let's talk about that. So let's put bishop by e3 on the board because that's the
Yeah.
most natural. And then snip, snop, giving white a full tempo, e5. Mm-hmm. Oh,
Yeah, at first glance, this looks annoying for white.
huh. It's interesting. Okay. Good, Kostya. I think we've identified the idea.
Yeah.
And we'll just state the obvious that it's hard to find another move besides bishop e3 because bishop e2 is just going to be the same position down a tempo.
Right. Yeah. So, okay. Probably bishop c4 is black's intention. And now, well, you can move the knight again. You can go knight e3, which, I mean, it's losing time, of course, but it's following the principle of avoiding trades.
Yeah, okay. So, all right, imagine you're white. Then you tell yourself, all right, bishop e3, bishop c4, bishop c4, e5. Maybe we don't like it. Let's say we don't like it. And then then it gets worrisome because you're like, okay, that means I have to do something fancy, like go back to knight e5, which looks weird. Back to knight e3, which looks weird. Maybe f4, which looks weird.
Sure. f4. That would be heck of a move.
Yeah.
So knight e5, of course, I'm skeptical because it allows c5 right away.
Okay, now if you were going to play knight e5, I don't believe in knight e5. I have other reasons not to believe it. But on knight e5, c5, at least you have bishop b5.
It's true, yeah. You have some ideas.
But I think knight e5 in general here would be wrong because of just knight d7. That's my bad knight, and I want to trade it.
Also, knight d7, yeah, is always there. So, yeah, in general, white doesn't want to trade. So, knight e5, knight d7, and then maybe he drops back, knight d3, but yeah, it's still not developing for white.
Also, let's mention that knight e3, maybe then black goes to this just basic g6 thing and says, look, I'm going to be looking at your d4 pawn, and it's probably going to become a little unpleasant.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't like quite see the vision for black. What I like about knight e3, maybe you're threatening bishop a6 and castle to get out.
Right, and on knight e3, maybe black throws in knight b4. I don't think black's in a rush.
Yeah.
G6.
Or even maybe knight c5 is a move. Although maybe not.
That's a thought. Is it one of the things you'd have to worry about anyway? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess there's rook a3 and yeah. Basically, I would only play like this if Compy said it was okay. It's like e5 now. I don't know.
Oh, this is great, Kosi. This is cool because I have a feeling this is not computer approved. Like the computer, I feel will have some move here or show white's better. But if you're just sitting here in our shoes looking at it, it's not clear what that move is.
Yeah, folks, that's not an invitation to tell us. This is a famously no engine stream. We do like to keep it that way. It's more fun to just kind of follow and be in it with the players. Speaking of the players, let me post the video link for everyone. We have this amazing tool that allows you to watch the player cameras without the eval superimposed in your face. Let me put it in the chat. courtesy of Lalo, who's a member of the dojo. Works great. You can open up there, check out the live cam of the players. I'm looking at Prague right now. Fabi's away from the board, and yeah, Prague is tanking deeply. So yeah, I mean, okay, based on the opening choice, guys, feels like Fabi is certainly going for it and trying to push for the win. Yesterday he drew with Esipenko. We were covering this game, and I don't think he ever really had any real chances. I didn't check with Engine, but I don't think he was ever really better. Past games we can kind of talk about, with about what like the Engine thought and stuff, like the Naka game, it was super interesting. The Engine was thinking there, because that doesn't really affect today's games, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Prague handles this one. And I feel like Prague probably shouldn't be all that unhappy here either, because now he gets some chances too, if he can figure out the lines. And yeah, I mean, he's way behind. At this point, it feels like it's really only Fabi that has a shot. But
Are you still gonna dream?
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's obviously there's no second place in this tournament. But if Cinderov just keeps playing like he's playing, then yeah, everyone has no chance. But if you at least allow for the possibility that he slips up at some point, then yeah, you want to be in position to be able to strike and catch up.
Well, Kosi, why don't we go to the Cinderov game for a second? I have a couple things to say about it.
Yeah. Boom. So let me run it back because we haven't looked at this one.
Yeah, and pause on move 5.
Okay. So we had d4, c4. Giri offers up the Nimzo, knight f3, d5, knight c3, bishop b4. So Rogozin and bishop to g5. And then h6.
Okay, so one of the things that's amazing about this position to me is it belongs to a class of positions in my head where black gets the bishop, and white gets maybe sometimes a little bit more development. In the olden times, this was thought of as not such a big deal, but it's something the computer really, really values. So one thing I can tell you for certain is already after bishop f6, queen f6, the computer is basically on the side that the position is equal. Now, I do know this variation that Cinderov tries with rook c1, dc, bishop c4, c5, castle cd4, and all this thing, we're still in the same kind of range of play of the bishop versus the center now, and a little bit more development. But ed4, I feel like it's interesting because Cinderov, you could say to yourself, well, maybe you shouldn't be risking anything. ed4 was a move where you're risking a little bit. You didn't have to do that. And he's playing super fast. It's surprising to me because this position, not super well known. Not super theoretical. I do simply believe in black as being absolutely fine. So, and black tanked big time on move 13.
Right.
I would rather be black in this position. I think it's probably equal, but I'd rather be black because white is the one who now has to show something, and he's playing super fast, dude.
He's blitzing every move. Yeah. So Anish spent looks like 20 minutes on knight c6, and I am curious like where they kind of. I mean, they must still be in theory, and I feel like Giri has played this position from maybe both sides, so he must know it he must be familiar with it. But still, 20 minutes on knight c6.
No, no, but this is what I'm saying. That whole position where White was playing super fast, that's not. I mean, I'll go double check now, but I'm
Hmm.
pretty sure that's not like the main moves.
I've definitely seen this line before with knight e4. That's been a
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, okay. Here, I'll check it in the famous Dojo database.
The speed, just based on the speed, I feel like Cinderov is going for a very kind of drawish variation. Um,
Hmm.
and I have a feeling this might have been what Giri maybe was even trying to recall. Because, okay, so all these moves have been played, guys. So Rook d1, Bishop a5. And after Giri's 20-minute think, he also started to blitz. so, so he thinks for 20 minutes, then he just blitzes out the next moves. Knight c5, Bishop e8, d5, takes. Queen e7, knight e7, knight takes b7.
So, like by the time we get to Bishop B5, for example, there's only one strong game at that level, so not much.
Mm-hmm.
And Knight C5, we have a couple games. Bishop E8, I think, is kind of forced. And then D5, we have three games. One from my friend Robert Rook from Hungary is the strongest game. And this is okay. So what we have to ask is, okay, first glance to me, it looks just completely equal.
Mm-hmm.
But we want to ask how, yeah. So I'm imagining here with knight b7, we're forcing bishop b5, right?
Um, yeah, it does seem like a very forcing position. But other than bishop b5, I don't really see another move. No.
And in that resulting position, gotta believe that black is fine, but maybe white can make a little bit of stuff happen there. So for example, bishop b5, knight a5, bishop e2 doesn't seem to work too well because of rook e1. And if bishop f3, rook e7.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, dude, this guy is, I mean, he has won the opening battles, dude. That he played all of this, dude, even, dude, was just like, no. I looked at this with my computer, man.
Yeah. No, his prep has been excellent. And yeah, it just shows. It just shows, folks, that openings are the most important phase of the game. This tournament has proven this.
I feel pretty good about the defense for black after knight b7, bishop b5, knight a5. Black has several moves, but rook dc8, if I'm just trying to hold the position, seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, but intuitively, like if you had to pick a side,
Yeah, maybe, well, yeah, yes and no. I feel like you know, maybe, yeah, intuitively you decide with the knight.
still
Mhm.
take white, right? So yeah, I think from that perspective, it's like very reasonable choice given you're leading by this much. If you try to get a risk-free position, like maybe you can even press here a bit by trying to blockade b3, f3, king f2.
Maybe Anish can press too, His whole dream in this tournament that he would outplay the youngsters in the end game.
Mm-hmm.
And
Like in the
maybe that's what we can. That would be amazing if Anish won this as black, dude. It is. Now, let me just say, like, it might seem boring, but people will make mistakes in these positions.
yeah. Well, I think a lot depends on the mindset here. Anisha's playing black, and he's playing someone who's just in amazing form. So Does he really believe he can outplay Cinderov here? I would love to see it though. Not gonna lie. One, because it would be a very nice chess game, but also to give us a chance. Okay, so now he's thinking here, but Cinderov so far, I mean, it looks like he knows the eval of the position. Like he's just playing so fast, he knows what's happening. Yesterday, he did get caught a little bit against Wei Yi. Like he was out of book early on, but it wasn't like a critical variation. It wasn't like a sharp line where you have to know your stuff. It was a position where you can kind of play it many ways.
But also, like he was the one I felt who gambled with that knight a5 variation in the first place, right?
I guess so. I thought that line's pretty solid for black.
Okay.
At least, yeah, I thought it. I mean, it's a main line.
You know, I've never been thinking that Anish had huge chances to win this tournament, but I do believe that of the people here to play this endgame, this is the one Anish was born to play, my friend.
Someone's gonna take him down. Yeah.
So, by the way, the reason I'm not too worried for black is that generally, like the scary situation with the isolated queen pawn is one where the rooks really are pounding the thing and the minors come off.
Mm-hmm.
Here, what's interesting is the pawn is going to be, I think, easily guarded, and it's not clear how the knights get penetration. If we're going to imagine white making progress, it's like some kind of b4, b5 thing, or some kind of stabilization with b4, a3. And the bishop, I mean, one of the interesting questions will just be like, well, yeah, but it's not just an isolated pawn, it's also a passed pawn, and we got this bishop. So I do believe it's kind of fundamentally equal, and that maybe it's risk-free for. I'm trying to decide in my mind whether I think it's risk-free for white, and I'm kind of leaning towards it being risk-free, actually.
Right.
Even though it's dynamic in the sense that you've got pawns running on the queen side and a passed pawn in the middle.
Oh, Kalen makes a good point. Black does have rook db8. Like that's not so dumb.
Rook db8.
Yeah. And you tried to take on b5
Good,
with
good,
the
good.
rook.
I was somehow thinking the bishop b5 was forced.
Yeah, same. Mm-hmm.
So thank you, Kaylin. I was going too fast, and that's quite clear that Anish thinks the same.
So if rook b8, then you can't really go bishop e8 because rook b7, rook and b2 is hanging. So
okay, so knight a5.
So gotta be knight a5, yeah.
Rook b5.
Mm-hmm.
And now rook c7 is not impressive because I can just take the knight and take on a2. So I think then knight b3.
Mm-hmm.
And it is true, though, that after knight b3, I have to be concerned a little bit about our friend rook c7.
Oh, rook c8 is there.
But rook c8, a little passive, but you know. So the question is this position better for black than the other one?
Right. So bishop b5, knight a5, and then this might be healthier with the bishop on b5 because the rook on b5, knight b3, it still gets hit with knight d4. Maybe bishop should be here. And then perhaps rook ac8 at the end.
And we're also getting a question from Hearts on Fire that after rook d8, maybe bishop a6.
Mm-hmm.
That feels a little weird to me, but maybe. I really think white needs like really needs to kill our dark square bishop.
For
I
sure.
don't think that thing is allowed to live. That thing's got to go.
Yeah, it's just such a good piece. Yeah, in this position. Okay, so a bit of a choice here for Anish, and he's tanking.
Let me try to defend it again. So just in terms of this rook dba move. So knight a5,
Mm-hmm.
rook b5, knight b3. And I don't know if I believe in this move, but let me just try it one time with a5.
Okay, so let's think. With rook c7, with knight d4. So rook c7, knight c6. I don't quite feel is so good. So let me start knight fd4.
Rook b7.
Mm-hmm. And now we'll go rook d2.
Now, I feel like I have several moves, but the default, of course, is our friend a4.
Okay, knight c5.
And then I don't know where to put him, but let's start. One funny thing is I don't know if I want to put it on c7 because then I can't play the natural king f8 next.
Mm-hmm.
But okay. All right, no rook b7, coach. So let me try rook b4.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel I am gambling a little bit with this move. And the thing I'm worried about is rook c7, king f8, rook e1, but I'm not sure about it at all. Black's intention, of course, is just to like use this, let's call it a minority attack on the queen side.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, rook c7 looks good.
Right, king f8.
f8. And then rook e1.
So one weird thing here is in addition to knight g6, which was my first intention, I could also play a4. Which is kind of weird. I mean, a4 would be a move you're playing to liquidate the position.
Hmm.
And knight g6 would be a move you're playing because you believe that white doesn't have anything going on down there. All right, for the fans, I'm going to play.
You want to try a4?
Sure, we can play a4. I was going to play knight g6 for the fans, but let's play a4 for the
Oh,
fans.
you want to play knight g6 for the fans?
I don't know. I don't know which one to do yet.
Hmm. What do you think the fans want, like in general?
They want blood. They're always wanting blood, dude.
So like a4, because on a4, I think I might try a3.
Good. I think that's a good question. You might have a3. All right, I'm going to play my famous knight g6.
Okay. Um,
By the way, this is a position where we can see like it's a little hectic. Best player might win here.
Yeah. I mean, feels feels somewhat nice for white, but still.
I was gonna say it felt kind of nice for black.
Oh,
No.
is bishop on e8 is funky.
Well, he's defending all the coconuts really well.
Oh wait. I don't believe this. Okay, a3.
Okay. I was interested in rook c4. I might change my mind.
Oh, okay.
I might change my mind on that one. We're gonna find out. You might be able to, if you maybe you could take and play. No, you can't do that. Never mind.
Mm, a4 still coming, so not so easy.
So by the way, my friends, we are looking at the difference for a niche between rook db8 and bishop takes b5 on move 19. And definitely rook db8 is more dynamic than bishop takes b5.
Yeah.
We're both willing to believe that maybe white has just a no frills or no risk position after bishop b5, and rook db8 is at least a little harder to evaluate. I personally, after rook db8, am thinking black is completely fine. It seems like it's forced too, right? Like rook db8, knight a5, rook b5, knight b3 seems forced. And then black has several moves, but I kind of liked a5
Mm-hmm.
just to make my rook on a8 active, an active part of the situation too.
Yeah, bishop on e8 is interesting. The Steinitz bishop.
Stein is bishop, right?
Always hard to figure this one out.
Now,
And
is
again,
that something we coined at the dojo, the Steinitz bishop? Or did
I don't
somebody else say that before us?
I don't know. I feel like it's a
I,
thing.
I feel like I said it first. Because I just noticed in so many games he loved putting it there.
Mm-hmm. Always heard. I also heard like Steinitz bishops. It's like e8 d8.
Oh, that's too intense, yeah. The Steinitz king would be the king on d8.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Interesting. So again, Cinderov is up on time. He's up 44 minutes and counting.
And I'm joined here by a fellow dojoer, Fire Snap.
Oh, what's up, buddy?
He's not working that hard in the program, but he's still playing a tournament now and then.
Oh. Nice. Okay, so should we go to
Sure, let's go
Fabi?
take a look. Yeah. Bob's. Ooh, big. Okay, wait. So, 95 happened.
Yeah.
Knight b4. So let's say that the issue with knight e5 was at some point maybe knight d7. Also, of course, it's another tempo.
Right.
But we also noted that the joy of knight e5 for white is there's no c5 because of bishop b5 check.
Yeah.
So then we got knight b4.
Mm-hmm.
The natural move he wants, bishop e3. And now a slow move which says I'm in control.
Yeah.
That's a5. So a5 says, hey, buddy, I'm under control here. And also, like, Fabi is playing lightning fast here. Check this out. He's waiting for bishop c4, which 10 minutes was spent on. Fabi's waiting for bishop c4, and then he spanks him with knight d7.
Wow. Yeah, 97 was coming. But yeah, look at this Cinderov clock from Fabi. Hour 56.
Cinderov clock.
Yeah. Did you hear yesterday? Cinderov was like, he basically openly said that he's playing against people's time. He's like actively like trying to play fast and think on their time. And because of the no increment, it's like that's his strategy.
Well, let's call that the Aragaisi maneuver, right? Um, Let me just say, so on move 11, a human take on the position would be to play knight d7 there.
Right.
And honestly, I kind of, if I'm white, I'm not totally happy after knight d7. But a5 is a standard move that you always want to make in these positions. You know, grab the squares. And now bishop c4, knight d7. Holy moly.
Yeah. Okay. So idea is bishop e6, knight takes e5. You can't take the knight. Bishop is hanging. Black has knight d3 check here, which isn't like the scariest thing, but it does come with some
It's
nasty
scary to me.
follow-ups.
I don't know why you're not scared.
I mean, it's like, it's a check, but then b2 is hit. You have e5 coming. No, it's a big problem. It's a
He
big
might
problem.
have, is it possible he blundered knight d7? Because knight d7 is looking very strong.
My other question is, on knight takes d7, is
Well,
black
we're
going...
playing bishop takes c4 for sure.
That's so funny. That's so funny. He's attacking two pieces. He's going to take the other one, whatever Prague does.
Yeah.
He's not recapturing. And then again, knight d3. But okay, here at least white comes back, knight e5.
What do you mean? I get to put the bishop on a6 and it's good night.
No, I'm just saying, like, okay, he doesn't have to
It's
deal with the
it-
check immediately, but yes, f6 is coming, yeah?
Yeah, it's resigns, yeah.
No, this is a problem.
That's called the unopposed bishop, my friend. That thing is angry.
But I think it wouldn't be such a big deal if white could just play like king f2, rook e1. It's just that f6 and knight d3 is a huge problem.
Yeah. Maybe if you were really trying to survive that position, you could try b3, which is, but we shouldn't look at it. It's not appropriate for the dojo to look at moves like b3.
Okay. No, I mean that looks nice for black. So wait, we need to find equality here for white. If
I'm not seeing it, by the way, my friends. I am not seeing equality. Maybe bishop f4. I just take on c4. Forget about it.
I want to see the video when Fabi played knight d7. I want to see what happened there. And when Prague played bishop c4. Let's see. So Prague thinking. Plays bishop c4. There's no way he saw knight d7. Number one, he would have responded had he did.
Well, let me say what's weird about it though is like okay, if we go back one move where Fabi plays a5, the thing he probably expected there was the human knight d7. Because that's on all of these lines, we're going to kick this knight away. And by the way, black's play is pretty basic to understand. If I trade off a couple pieces, especially the knight on f6, because it's dominated, the whole drama of white playing f3, e4 is to dominate the knight on f6. If I can trade that guy off, well, boy, howdy, now I'm doing things, right? And then later, he's got a couple weaknesses on the queen side, obviously b4, the b3 square. So this is all well-known stuff. So you would be anticipating knight d7 on the last move before a5. Then Fabi kind of sets him up. And now we got bishop c4, bishop e6 was played in 6 minutes. And I don't see equality after knight takes e5 for white.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe white has some idea. Knight e5 played instantly.
Okay, bishop e6 on the board. Yeah, knight e5. To me, it looked like Prague was a bit surprised by knight d7 on the video. But, okay, wait. What was his idea here? Because
it looks lost, right? Or just extremely bad, however you want to call it. Knight d3 is a concrete threat. Fe is a concrete threat.
Yeah. And you can't like unpin and stop knight d3. So you have to move the bishop. Um, yeah, bishop f4, knight d3. Yeah. So
All right, let me try to defend his honor for a second. Bishop b3. Now let's just start with knight e d3. Maybe you come up with something more fancy, but I'm
yeah,
gonna
knight d3. Yeah.
king e2.
Okay.
Knight takes b2. And
Well,
yeah,
do we have to go knight b2?
you don't have to. No, I was just
Because
I was just thinking that's the first question to ask.
yeah, that's a big question. Yeah, I just want to call out like with the queen on the d file, like e5, could be a problem.
No, I think like once you put your king on e2 and allow my knight to d3, I don't know, friend, it ain't looking good. But
Yeah.
I'm just trying to imagine what he could have like. Maybe he said, "Oh, I'm in a shitty, excuse me, I'm in a cruddy situation, and now I'm going to try to make it." I don't see anything better than that, by the way. I'm looking.
Okay, so wait, knight b2, you had bishop f7?
We could talk about bishop f7. Yeah. So maybe knight b2, we can rule that out.
Yeah, because then, I mean, I still like that for black, kind of, but that's
Even
not what
there,
we
black.
wanted.
True, true.
Yeah,
Even there, black is looking pretty good.
yeah. Um,
Oh, he castled.
oh,
Oh, clever. Okay, so his idea is if fe6, he wants to play bishop f4.
oh,
Let's put that on the board, Kostya.
Praggy boy.
That's kind of clever. Okay.
Wait,
Ooh,
we believe this?
I don't know yet, but that's clearly his intention, right? The bishop on f8 is looking epically sad.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, this is clever. And of course, if I play knight e d3 now, you can play bishop c4. Okay, before we go crazy, Kosti, I just realized if black doesn't like anything else, one nice thing he has is knight e d3 anyway, bishop c4, and now e5.
Yeah.
That looks pleasant for black.
Dude, Fabi thinking was castles in the file? Was castles in the file? Guys, what are we doing? You gotta analyze. Dude, he's thinking.
Well, the nice thing about being all this time up is now Fabi. Fabi, by the way, he's not doing a Cinderov where he's really going to try to push the time. He'll tank him.
I think he's gonna tank now. Yeah, if he doesn't know the move. I mean, okay, he should. It's sharp.
Now, okay,
Man.
do we see another option for black besides knight e d3, bishop c4, e5?
Well, you could take the bishop. I wasn't 100% here.
Okay, I didn't like it, but okay, pawn takes bishop f4,
Bishop f4, and then knight bd3.
queen takes knight.
So take, bishop c7.
Oh, good point. Okay, you could play this way, I guess, yeah.
And there's a lot of pawns hanging, but of course, big problem is like her bishop is done. But okay, rook d4.
Bishop a. I'm just gonna play bishop a. I got a lot of moves actually. I could play bishop
Yeah.
a5. I could play rook a d1. This one bothers me a lot for black because his bishop on f8.
Yes, yes. But the next move is g6 for black. Like pretty much anything.
Well, if I play rook a d1, you can't play g6.
Yeah, bishop e5. Okay. Well, rook d1 then. So rook
Okay,
d1,
but here
g6.
the milk's
bishop,
gone bad. Here the
bishop
milk's
e5.
yeah, we didn't want this. All right, Tafaska
Okay.
has a question about queen b6, Kostya. So, queen b6. Holy crud, he played fe with only 3 minutes.
Oh, he took. Okay.
All right, so he has some idea on bishop f4, obviously.
Clearly. Doesn't seem that happy. Yeah, queen b6, I agree though. Very interesting move, like
Okay,
as a
wait, but I don't get it. Queen
candidate.
b6, bishop takes knight.
Maybe he meant without fe. Queen b6.
So let's state the obvious, my friends. After bishop f4, dude has some idea that we're not aware of, that we don't know what it is. He has some idea in this position after bishop f4.
Yeah, so takes bishop f4.
I don't see it.
Um, hmm.
And he did it so fast, he's clearly got some very, I don't know if it's obvious, but it's something.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Prag plays. He wants to know as well. What you got? No, he's going for this endgame, knight d3.
That's so fast, and he had other options. Queen d3. I mean, I guess I'm a GM today. I don't know. Knight d3. Bishop c7, obviously.
And now, is there something else? Because this rook d4, rook d1 looked scary.
I mean,
But I mean, not terrible. Just
at this point, our development is so bad that we have to have something like stunning. What have you done, Fabi? I'm missing something here.
I think he's still in Brook. I think he's playing so fast.
Dang, he is.
There's no way he just decided this on this endgame after 3 minutes. Like, I think Prague figured out one of the computer lines. They got some endgame that's maybe equal.
I don't know, man. That other variation, he didn't have to do this knight d3 thing. He could have played knight d3, bishop c4, e5. Bows. Oh, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, let's try to start with obvious stuff. The knight on c3 is at least bad for a momentito. And I'm going to try to defend black's honor for a second after rook ad1. So on rook ad1, I do have the move rook d7. And if bishop a7, I have knight b2.
Sure.
Yeah. Where there's a whole level of spice associated with that too. But that could be an intention.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's my guess, that this is a computer line and it's okay for black.
Black needs loads of moves to get out. Get out of dodge over there. Right. Yeah, okay, maybe. Like, maybe even on bishop a5, you don't have to even play knight b2. You could also play g6 if you needed to. All right, okay, that's maybe.
Yeah. I just want to say, guys, Cinderov-Giri went down basically this exact line. Rook b8 that we're looking at. Rook b5, knight b3, a5. And rook d2. Cinderov plays, actually, which was, I think, my first choice in the position. Then we started looking at, like, rook to c7. Firesnap, what do you think? You like white or you like black?
For this game?
Which game are you looking at? Prague game?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who do you like here?
Well, I think the castles move was really good, so I think Prague probably has the advantage, but I mean, we're obviously voting for Bobby, so that's all.
Yeah, it's a little tricky. It does look nice for white, but Fabi playing so fast, it's hard to think he doesn't know something about the position that we don't. But Yeah, optically it looks nice for white. Okay, should we put an eval on one of these games?
Just fix the eval.
Uh, I'm just Dude, I'm a GM today. I'm a GM today with the Cinderov-Giri game.
Oh, yes, yes, I was just there. Yeah, they went down our line. All the way to rook d2.
No, amazing. Okay, so with we could put evals on both because we have that magical power.
Yes.
Um,
Wait, it's no longer the sensei eval, it's a human eval?
it's always been, well, people were confused because they were thinking it looks a little bit like a computer evaluation, so we set it up like this to just really emphasize that it's not a computer evaluation. All right, Kostya, I'm gonna say, just to have some fun with it, that it's negative zero point 0.1 for Gary here in this position. And
Wow.
I'm saying to have fun because Kostya was like, maybe black is worse here. And I just don't think black's worse at all. Do I think there's real danger for white? I don't think so, but you know, I do like the way Gary's played it because he played my moves.
Yeah, I'm kind of rooting for Gary in this one, but I do like white. I put it at point three, which I don't think is the actual computer eval. I think it's closer to 0, but I feel like practically for me, I don't know. I still like white's position.
See, so now it's fun. We got a debate.
Yeah.
Who would you rather be, black or white? And I guess I would be happy with either side, honestly. But what I like about black's positions is a little bit uh, unconventional. And a lot of times when you play an unconventional setup, your opponent can run themselves a little ragged. So the point is the bishop on e8 is a genius because he covers a lot of important squares on the queen side. And when we think about white assaulting us, it's the f7 square that could conceivably hurt us, right? And that's no longer happening for us. Now, rook d2 wasn't quite your move, Kosi, because you played knight fd4 first.
Oh,
And
true.
so what's going to happen now after a4, which was just played, is that the b knight is going to go to d4. And one of the things about your variation is then you had dreams of playing both knights onto the queen side, and now those dreams aren't happening, right?
Fair.
So, yeah. The other thing I would say that's unconventional is we're not playing on the open files, we're playing with the B and A files. I like it too. The pawn on a4 is really solid with the bishop. And our d pawn, our knight can do fancy things later, but at the moment just wants to sit there and our king can protect it with king f8. So, probably equal, but I'm just saying I guess I'd rather be black. Now, black could think about rook b4, but the natural move here is, of course, rook b7.
Yeah,
Even
it's on the
rook
board.
b7, yeah.
Um, yeah, optically still like this. I feel like I've seen some Capablanca game where he won some very similar looking position, but probably the opponent didn't defend well, as was the norm. I would start with knight e5 here, then f3 to bring the king.
So, Kosi, I just set mine to negative 0.1. I don't know, did that work out?
Sure did.
Great.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
h3 played.
super fast, dude. Super fast.
Yeah.
So h3 feels unambitious.
Yes. Very, very solid. I thought knight e5 and put the knight on d3. Start hopping around.
Now here I feel like playing too fast is not like I can imagine getting in a rhythm of playing really fast all the time. And then now with yeah, this is gonna get well, it has the potential to become interesting later. And you're gonna, you don't, he's gonna make time control no problem,
Hmm.
you know. Okay, rook a b8. Let's call that the natural move.
Yeah. And now there's a question. Yeah, I was gonna say he's going b3 because rook cc2, you run into f6 and bishop g6. So you probably will have to play b3 anyway.
Yeah, and so here we want to state the obvious and just say that white is playing to just hold the position. He's not doing anything fancy. So like the first move that comes to mind for black now is king f8.
Hmm.
We could always take the pawn too. That's not going to change the eval too much.
Yeah. Yeah, I think draw here very likely. And I do wonder if Cinderov is just purely playing like unambitiously, like just wants a draw, or if he's actually like he's just doing his usual thing where he plays quickly, but he is looking for chances.
Well, I think, he had that whole line. Sometimes the line you have prepped out isn't anything special. You
Hmm.
And I think one way to conceive of this position is just be like, okay, imagine the B3 pawn is gone. Even there, it's really hard to imagine black actually winning that position.
Right.
And the other thing that's a little sad for black is I think we would want to play f6, and maybe he's thinking about it right now. But whenever we play f6, we do give the e6 square. In general, I want to play f6 because I want my bishop to go, I want my pawns to be on the dark squares. So actually, I'm going to go ahead and say I like f6 for black with the caveat that, it's a slight bummer. I'm giving him the e6 square, but it's a light square. The light squares are mine, my friends.
Yeah.
This could be it's a little annoying. So imagine like the knight on it. Let's say we play f6. Then the knight is like, oh, I'm bad all of a sudden. What do I do? The knight on f3.
Hmm.
What do I do? If I start moving around, then rook b4 is going to touch my coconut eventually.
Yeah.
I think a good plan for white actually could be to put the knight on e3. So some kind of knight e1 to c2 to e3 operation.
Yeah, possible. But then, yeah, the other knight is less stable. I kind of like rook dc2 to try to come to c7.
Yeah, we could do that. I think if we imagine though f6, rook dc2, then black would play bishop g6, rook c7, and then, I mean, it's still fine for you, but like bishop e4, maybe.
Hmm. Yeah. Rook's 1c3 and I still take white, but I don't like believe I'm gonna win it necessarily.
Yeah. In general, I feel Anish is very good at these positions. And, at a lower level, what we would often say is that the young kids don't know endgames. And one of the reasons we say that is they don't have a lot of experience playing them. And so it might even apply at a high level like this as well, is that Anish has just seen so many more endgames than Cinderov has.
Hmm. I would think that's true. Uh, but optically, this position feels like so easy for white to play. Like, okay, Cinderov
Hmm.
somehow has never played a similar position. I can't imagine he's gonna struggle too much. Especially, he seems very good with the short calculation. Like yesterday, we were watching the game against Wei Yi with Josh, and Cinderov had a nice position, and and we were talking about it the whole game, like how fast he was playing, and just
Yeah.
taking decisions very very quickly.
Yeah.
And then at one point, he like trades rooks, he trades down to this end game and ends up winning. He wins the game. But he did it so fast that Josh was like, well, he must have just like calculated a forced win. There's no way he could have just played it without knowing he's winning. Because like if he misses one thing, he all of a sudden gets a drawn rook endgame. And why did he trade everything off? And then in the press conference, yeah, Cinderov confirmed. He's like, yeah, I saw queen e3 forced win, and just he just rattled off all the lines. And so he's very good at like this quick and accurate calculation.
I thought the big moment of that game, by the way, I was watching, me and Firesnap here were at a theme park, and so I'm watching, surreptitiously on my phone once in a while. To allow bishop f6 was an amazing decision, and it turns out it was right. And that was the one where Wei Yi took a gazillion years and then played what was, I guess, a mistake with bishop takes f6.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have taken that one.
But to allow it was really impressive, because normally you think, oh, it comes in with he wins a pawn and gets his bishop on f6. That's kind of surprising, man.
Yeah. No, I have it on the stream, and it was this move bishop to g4. This is where he made the decision. So b4, he had planned bishop f3, he planned bishop d4, and so here white can take f6. Wei Yi did take f6, and yeah, black had really nice compensation.
Because then queen comes to e6, looks at the c4 pawn, and all of a sudden it's kind of hard.
Yeah. So he played this one very well and kind of, yeah, precisely too.
Tafoska's claiming that Cinderov is not a kid. I don't know. What is he, 19?
20? He's very young.
Yeah, let's see, actually. Let's go take a look. Cinderov is now 20. By the way, he's up to 2770, fifth in the world right now. And Naka, actually, this is news to me, has actually fallen enough that Fabi has gone ahead.
Yeah.
And if Fabi wins today, he's back over 2,800. I was thinking, Kostya, that maybe, if you think of Naka's rating like a piggy bank, then maybe this will solve the deflationary problem or FIDE, because he could lose hundreds of points, and that'd just be spread amongst the people.
He's not losing hundreds of points.
I think he's actually going to stop playing maybe after this tournament.
Yeah, no, I think so too.
Yeah.
I mean, why would he play? He already kind of stopped playing most major events. No, I think he's just gonna, play the rapid, the blitz, maybe the total world championship.
All right.
Yeah, no, it's kind of a bummer.
I'm taking mine to 0. I thought -0.1. I was just being spicy. I'm taking mine to 0.
Okay. I guess I'll adjust. I still think it's a 0.2.
Okay.
Which for me is still equal, of course.
Should we take a look at the Fabi game? We have kind of what we expected.
Yeah. So Fabi, we saw rook f d1. Okay. Rook d7. We found that. Bishop a5, and now g6.
Yeah, this one a little harder to evaluate. The reason one could think that black is okay is because the knight on c3 is got to fix itself, and the bishop on a5 is a little funky. But the good news for black, okay, so obviously black owes a couple tempi, plus his pawns are debatable. How bad they are, that's another question.
I kind of like it for black at first glance. Just because I think the bishop on a5 is quite bad. White needs time to, like you said, fix everything. With knight e2, maybe bishop c3. But even there, if you trade off the bishops, like white still has some weaknesses as well.
Well, let me try to defend white's honor then, because I think your knight e2 is a good instinct.
Okay.
By the way, rook d2 does not work for white because of bishop h6.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming knight e2, bishop g7. But
Well,
I'll let you play black. I'll let you do it.
let's see. Yeah. Um, but no, I wanted bishop g7,
All right, bishop c3.
bishop c3.
Now, if you take, I'm going to claim that BC, I at least have an idea with knight d4.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I believe that. So take, take, king f7.
Knight d4.
And then knight e5.
Okay, I might have a trick. I'm just working out the details here. But we're going to find out. We're going to find out. No. Well, okay, so first of all, my knight is pretty reasonable on d4. So even if I don't have a trick, this position's very, I would say white's a little bit better.
Really?
Maybe a little bit.
I look black here.
Okay, we're
I
having
feel like the structure is really. I actually like this e6, e7 thing. Because king f7, it's like you get your rook out quickly, and I feel like white's pawns are also weak.
Well, okay, just to put a point on it, like I was looking there, I was looking for fancy things, but let's just say I keep things basic and I play king f1.
Mm-hmm. Go rook somewhere. Rook a8 maybe.
A8. All right, I'm just gonna put my king on e2 because that's what Mama said to do.
So king e2. Let's say knight c4.
Okay. So yeah, I like white because I feel like my king's better and my knight is doing fun stuff. I don't know. But okay, that's a line maybe we could even see. Let's see if black has something better. So g6, I think knight e2 is the right move. Maybe there's something else spicy, but that's what I would expect.
Mm-hmm.
On bishop g7, we don't have to play takes on c3. I was kind of thinking maybe we don't take. Let me try to defend black's honor, Kostya. So
King f7 instead of taking.
or just castles.
Okay.
Either one is probably similar. So 92 played. We're GMs today.
92, nice. Good prog.
Now, by the way, black could think about bishop h6 here. Think about it. I don't know. Let me think about it for a second. So bishop h6. That would be the spicy way to play. So no bishop d2 because of knight b2. Well, maybe that's the way we go, Kostya.
Really, bishop h6. So bishop c3.
By the way, maybe we just point out rook a3 is a thought, but let's do bishop c3 first. I'm going to castle. We got a move played. Bishop g7. Womp womp. Womp womp.
But I like this bishop c3 castles as well because I just feel like the b pawn is so weak and black's knight on d3 looks good. Like really strong.
Yeah, no, I like this bishop h6 idea. Now, part of the question though with bishop g7 is just how do we feel after bishop c3? To me, it seemed fine Well, okay. Here's another idea. Bishop G7, Bishop C3. And
Hmm.
how about I just castle instead of taking the thing?
Yeah, so this position I think is, yeah, also nice for black.
I'm a little reluctant to use the word nice, but yeah, we could think about this. In many ways, a must-win game for both players, right? Prague and Fabi.
Be great to win this one, yeah, but hard, especially for Prague.
One thing we know about Fabi is like, I really feel like dynamic endgames, he is a master, dude. Like, oh man, he can play some amazing things.
Mm-hmm.
And this
Oh, yeah.
position, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm thinking of it as equal-ish. Maybe I like black a little bit better.
Right. And now, I mean, he's got like basically a full hour.
Yeah,
Still 20 moves to make, but still, I mean, Prague is going to have to make some decisions soon.
exactamundo. So the other thing we want to say is bishop c3 is what we're expecting. But the drawback of bishop c3 is the bishop on a5 did do a lot by controlling the d8 square so that the rook can't go there. So it is a, there's a give and take about the bishop on c3. And I guess rook a3 would be, I don't get rook a3 at all though, because of knight b2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rook a3, knight b2. There's some rook b3 idea though. So take on d7, rook b3.
True. Okay. Yeah, you could consider.
So yeah, there's an idea.
All right, we got to move. Bishop c3, and then he takes. All right, so I didn't, this is maybe why I'm the chump jam. I didn't like this because of pawn takes, giving white the d4 square. But maybe actually, maybe I've got an idea, Kostya. How about this? If pawn takes, could black play e5 with the notion of dominating the knight on e2?
Mm-hmm. It's a nice move. I was gonna let you establish the knight and then like slowly prepare e5, but yeah, you could just play it right away. And then, but is black in time? So rook a2 to d2.
Okay, let's look. Rook a2. Let's play king f7.
And rook d2
Rook a d8.
and knight c1.
And knight c5.
So you gotta go knight c5. So yeah, this if we just look at the knight endgame, it feels like white has to be careful, right?
Well, right. We could just optically say it's probably equal, honestly, but
Mm-hmm.
at least our king is a little faster.
Yeah. Okay, he took with knight. Interesting.
Okay.
So knight b2, he has rook d7 and rook b1. He's not worried about that.
All right, so let's think about this. Ooh, knight takes. So the issue with knight takes, my friends, is the knight is poor on c3.
Yeah.
Is there some kind of dream to play either e5 or a5 and then knight a4 slash knight e4? I don't know.
Yeah, a5 might be a plan.
So actually, Kosi, let's just put king f7 on the board for half a second.
Mm-hmm.
E5, I don't know.
But e5 you can take.
Right, but remember, that's the one I can give up. So rook d7, knight d7, knight e4.
Okay.
And here I can argue that I have compensation.
Yeah, definitely.
So maybe that's a dark idea that he's got going on here.
Okay. Yeah, I like this e5.
Why, definitely, like, knight c3, better Fix your knight, son. You better fix your knight.
So e5 probably rook hd8 then.
But still, 94.
And then okay, let's say knight e5.
Right, so I don't know, rook d7,
Yeah, rook d7.
knight g5. You gotta go, Glenn?
Yep, see you, go, see you.
Oh, see you, dude. Okay, knight g5. Let's say, because I'm going to get the d file, right? So let's say king g7. I give you the pawn if you want.
Knight takes e6.
King f6.
Knight
So knight c5.
No d file for you, young friend.
Damn. And it's a bummer too, because like even if you just take on b7, it's like your rook is well placed on a1. So yeah, I don't see much there for black. But okay, maybe I didn't have to give the pawn back.
Now, one hilarious thing from chat is like someone's like, Fabi's still in prep. And it's hilarious because I don't think so, but he is cranking these moves quickly. And I think he is doing what we could call, it has been called today, a Cinderov,
Right.
which is prep deeply. And then even when you're out of prep, try to use your opponent's time to figure out the coming moves so that you can really push the person on the clock. I think of it as a technique perfected by Eric Geisy. It's a dangerous technique, not recommended. Not recommended for the mortals out there.
But he's definitely slowed down since then. He started spending several minutes per move now.
Yeah. But he definitely
Okay.
had some deep prep. And this is an example of a position that if we were looking at it with the computer, I'm guessing, would have shown some way for white to prove an advantage. And this is probably just like one of these many, many things that Fabi does just one time as a way to try to work his opponent, and get a playable, interesting position, which I think he's got. I think
Yeah.
I would rather be black in the current position, even if this e5 idea is something we have to now worry about. It's interesting, actually, the creativity, because if you play knight takes c3, which, by the way, didn't really cross my mind, the only way, to my mind, it's really going to make sense is if you do have some fancy move like e5. Which means if Fabi's calculating that, one of the moves that will cross his mind is to play e5 himself.
True.
Again, though, not developing your coconuts. Somebody said Cinderov just played g4. So f6 played. Who's the GM today? I am. And then g4.
G4.
Yeah. So, by the way, I feel like, just, let's say thematically or whatever you want to call it, white is putting the pawns on the light squares as a buttress against the light squared bishop to try to take away those squares. So g4 makes some sense to me. Maybe king g2, maybe knight h4 to g2 to e3. We were talking about the root of the f3 knight to e3. And the g4, is one of the many things it does, actually gives our knight that square. Going through c2 was always a little weird because maybe it gets pinned up when it gets there. Yeah. So this still, to me, is an equal position, but it could still turn interesting. And
It's
he's
a bit double-edged, yeah.
first time he's actually thought in like 3 games.
Like 3 days.
First time we've had any thought in 3 games.
But this does give up the f4 square. So now black has knight g6, maybe g5.
Good question. Good point. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I mean, probably it's all equal, but I would look a lot at knight g6, knight f4, or knight to e5.
Very good questions. Yeah. I was just thinking about G4 from a uh, thematic point of view or something.
Yeah, no, it definitely makes sense. But
Let me
yeah,
try to defend his honor then. Let's do that. So knight G6.
mm-hmm.
Let me try this weird knight E1 move.
Knight e1.
Mm-hmm.
So knight f4.
King H2.
Okay. Okay, I have idea. I'll try. I'll just start with bishop g6.
Knight G2.
And g2. Knight d3 is anything? Not sure.
Spicy. I'm going to claim I don't get it yet. So rook 1 C3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure I get it either. Because 95 I wanted, but then you have f4. You have f4. Now
I
I'm
was
like
thinking, by the
just
way,
moving
Kostya,
back.
that if knight G6, I don't know if knight G6 is the best move, but we went down that line with knight F4, King H2. Black should maybe play bishop F7, and if knight G2, then knight E6. And I think that's going to lead to a full Tauschmaschine, as we call it in the dojo.
Trading off knight on d4. Yeah, that's smart. Yeah, that's why it's like you got to keep the blockade, because otherwise you just can't hang on to b3 pawn. We have moves. h5, knight e1.
I'm a GM today.
Wow.
I don't know if H5 does anything for black.
Just kind of trade some pawns off. But white now can put the pawn on f3, which is nice.
Yeah. And again, that's all part of this thing. It's cool to put your pawns on the same color of their bishop to make a barricade, a fence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, restriction.
I don't know if I understand H5. Hope I get it. I'm about to find out. It feels like a lashing out kind of move.
But they play this move now with for just no reason sometimes.
There's usually a reason, buddy. There's a reason. And 91, super fast.
Yeah.
Super fast.
Yeah, he saw h5 coming. And
I
he
don't know
was
if he
ready
saw
for
it
it.
coming. I think this was just when he played G4, he's like, yep, I'm going to play 91, G2, and crank it over there. Patrick's talking about throwing F5 in for black. I got my doubts with F5 because if nothing else, you need the G5 would be a good idea against all of the F5s. So you would need something really fancy anytime you play F5 to meet G5 with. Because that's the nice little we want you to have ultimately by you, I mean white wants black to have their pawns fixed on light squares. One of the reasons why it's definitely the bad bishop to have the light square bishop in this position rather than the dark square bishop. Dark square bishop wants to fight for the d4 square.
Right.
But he is gone. There's some, dream There's always a dream of black sacking on b3. I don't see it happening, but let's just say, put it out there. It's a dream.
Is Naka in trouble again? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, Naga. A piggy bank's getting broken wide open.
Just optically, this doesn't look fun. Oh, Blue Bomb came up with nice bishop to b6 idea.
Bishop b6. What? Wow, that's a great move, dude. That's a great move. Not gonna miss that one, baby. Dang.
So on the previous move, if bishop b3, black had queen f4.
Right.
So bishop b6, if he takes, then bishop b3.
Dang. And he's saying, I got you, buddy.
With or without rook e1, and yeah, f7 is dropping, and that looks catastrophic for black. All kinds of ideas and checks.
Well,
Okay.
mate, Lucia, mate. Queen f8. Queen f6, rather, excuse me. Okay. So, it's not quite mate, but
Yeah. No, it looks bad.
Come on, Jesse. Come on.
So bishop b6 takes on e1, takes c2, but then bishop c7. Okay, rook e8 played, but this is Fabi knock all over if he just trades rooks and starts lighting up the dark squares.
Dude, this is the third bad opposite color bishop ending that he's had.
Yeah, against Fabi, and then again, who's the other one? Cinderov?
Cinderov, yeah.
But that one, okay, that one was like, they went into it, it was already losing, I think.
Hikaru believe, he thought, maybe he had some kind of off chance.
Sure, yeah. But okay, I'm not 100% clear. I mean, white can also keep the rooks on the board. Normally, you would want to, but
All right, Fabi is doing a deep dive on this move. Good, Fabi, good. And
a5. Okay.
King f7, and we didn't get that one right. He played
a5.
a5. So I did mention this, but I became enraptured by e5. I still like e5 a lot as an idea. It feels like a very thematic sacrifice. Now, maybe an argument with a5 is not just that we are going to have knight a4 as an option, but we might play liquidatio with a6.
Right. a6, yeah, I think is a big threat. So rook a8 would be the move, normally. Or Fabi can think about making a draw with rook d8. Which I think would just be forced draw, like a6, take, knight b2. Everything kind of comes off. Knight d3. And draw.
Okay, I'll defend his honor a little bit. So a5, rook hd8, just because natural is natural.
Okay, a6.
Pawn takes.
Yeah, rook takes.
And now I want to experiment with both knight b2 and knight f4. The claim is just that your knight is terrible. So let's start. Let's start with knight f4. I might come back to knight b2.
Okay, knight f4 is a bit annoying. Got rook d2 coming. I guess take on d7 and go g3.
All right, knight h3 check.
3. Okay, king g2.
Knight g5.
G5. Okay, that's still not so sure. King to, or sorry, let's say g4.
Rook d2 check.
Oh yeah, I don't like this. King g3.
Now,
Rook d3. No.
well, I got a couple things. I mean, I got the active rook, buddy. I'm gonna be doing great.
Yeah, I mean, Rook d3 looks.
I was thinking also e5 knight e6 f4 might be something, but we could
Sure.
start with rook d3.
Yeah. No, actually, I like this knight f4. Oh, Rook d8.
Who's the GM today? I am, buddy.
Oh, you're super
I
GM.
am. So, okay, if the knight moves like knight a4, then the problem is the d1 square isn't held. If you play a6, it's also like you lose the battle of the d file. So I'm beginning to not like a5, unless we see some amazing idea here for white. I want to mention too, like from a practical point of view, if you see rook h d8 and you look at that position with a6, you could say knight f4 looks good, but I also have knight b2, which might also be kind of fun and definitely no risk, where I'm the one pushing to the d file, the seventh rank with the better knight.
Okay, so Prague under some pressure.
It's funny, I thought he played knight c3, and I was like, oh, he's a genius because he's going to play e5, sacking a pawn with good activity and play. And now I'm like, oh, I don't know. Maybe he wasn't a genius. All right,
a6.
he just plays it, huh? Like it's no big deal. By the way, if a6, instead of a6, you could have also considered uh king, no, king f1. I can take on b2. So part of actually the problem with this whole a5 is you might be all in because I'm after rook h d8, I'm threatening it. So ba, rook a6, and here my intuition is knight f4, but like I said, knight b2 might also be an interesting move.
But knight b2 I didn't get.
All right, let's just see if we can eliminate it. So knight b2,
So trade, rook c6.
rook d2.
Okay.
Oh, this looks unpleasant.
Knight b5.
b5. Right, knight d3. No, hello.
Oh, maybe I do e5 again. e5, knight e4.
All right. e5. Knight d3.
Knight e4. Oh, wait, hold
Uh,
on.
mate.
Pause.
Mate, bud. Mate.
Pause.
It's because I did my Polgar mates a couple times.
Mating. Okay, hold on one sec. I'll go not e5. Let me try.
Rook d6. Played instantly. Instantly.
Rook d6.
I thought that was too fast, Fabi, but let's just think about it for a second.
Well, he's threatening the pawn now with knight b2. So he's saying if you defend with rook b6 or something, then maybe knight f4 is like maybe a better version. Or maybe you can continue c5.
Okay, I just want to say what I don't like about it is unless you feel like that's clearly better for you, you would want to look at those other options, man. Because both of those other options look tasty. All right. Now maybe this is also something like clearly better for black.
Yeah, I mean, Rook D8, he only spent like 4.5 minutes there. It's not like he really tanked and looked at all these ideas.
All right, Kosi, I'm going to try to defend white's honor on this rook d6 move. So e5, anyway.
Okay, take.
Rook d6.
Pawn takes.
Knight e4. F4, by the way, was maybe let's start knight e4. I have an idea for you here, but
We go king e7.
let me just say the idea for black could be d5, knight g5, king f6, knight h7, king f5.
Sure.
And that's at least a dangerous position. But look at king e7 might just be fine too. That looks well. Okay, what's your idea with f? You have some idea with f4, obviously.
4 knight d3.
Rook c6.
Yeah, knight b2. But yeah, I don't know.
On knight b2, I have rook c7.
Yeah.
And I'm going to win a coconut.
Yeah, and that looks kind of Josh. So knight e5, rook d6, pawn takes, knight e4. d5, I thought you'd go knight c5.
Let's see here. d5, knight c5. Maybe. I believe in this for black, I think. Probably
Yeah.
b8.
Yeah, I would too. Rook d6 interesting.
Okay, let's do an eval, Kosi. I'm going to go for this one, for the Fabi game here. I think this is clearly evolving into our game of the day, even though we're a couple hours in. I'm going to go negative 0.5.
Well,
I'm at.
yeah, I was looking at this for black too. What do we think? Points.
I'm going to go grab a coffee, Kosi, and then right back.
Go 0.4. Okay, let's go around the horn, guys. So we have, this is the live position here. Move number 26 for Mr. Ramesh Babu Pragnananda. Then Cinderov-Giri, we had h5, knight e1, hg. Blue Bomb Naka, they got this endgame. Blue Bomb now thinking how to deliver checkmate. And Esipenko Wei, we haven't looked at yet. But these guys are not really doing well in the tournament. They basically have no chances. Probably not feeling great. Forced to play out the rest of the event. Very tough, actually. Esipenko's position looks odd. Was this freestyle? King d1. Oh, he did it to himself. He did it to himself. But his position was already kind of wacky. So let's just see what happened here. Petrov. symmetrical structure. Some pieces got traded. And now, yeah, I think white made some questionable moves here because this is looking nice for white. Okay, so let's stick to... Blue bomb just played bishop e5. Okay, threatening mate in 2. Queen f5 is there, though. So, you know, any kind of endgame like this, equal pawns, black's fine. So queen f5, probably he's avoiding the trade with some like queen e3, and he's trying to set up the attack. So this one's tough for Naka. He's going to have to play very precise here, I think, to hold it. Cinderov-Giri, Giri spending his time here. Cinderov up as usual, hour on the clock. And Fabi, hour on the clock against Prague. Prague thing here. Yeah, this Esipenko game is weird. Like, did he really go king d1? Are we sure it wasn't castles? Queen a4, king b1. Like this. No, I'm pretty sure it wasn't that. Yeah, weird. I don't really get what his idea is because it's going to be hard to develop the king. Bishop a3 check. Black has all kinds of ideas to try and break through. Well, let's check the camera. We have the camera of the players, and camera is showing that king is on c1, guys. So yeah, this is the position they have in front of us. Unless AI has edited their position, you know, on the live stream. Yeah. No, I mean, castle's queen a4 looks very dangerous. So I can totally imagine he didn't want this. He didn't want this. You know, a3, you have to worry about all the sacks. And scary. For example, sack, I don't know, king somewhere. And then knight is coming around, and bishop like, it looks very, very dangerous. I don't know. Maybe somehow white can hold it, but it looks incredibly scary. Some a5 also. So, yeah, it's not a move you would, you know, ever want to make. I do wonder why he didn't try to develop this way, like g3, bishop, g2. Maybe he touched the king. Okay, that's a thought. Okay, let's check the camera and see how intentional was king to d1. Let's see. He's no, king d1. King d1, intentional. Absolutely intentional move. He didn't seem happy about it. He immediately got up from the board. Like, I can't even look at this disgusting position anymore after playing king d1. Just immediately left, but he did play it. Genuinely. So, yeah. Esipenko. Oh, and b5. Yeah, Esipenko is big trouble now. Big trouble, little China.
I think I might understand what h5 is about. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know.
What, for Giri?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just trading down, right? No?
Well, so now he plays knight g6.
Yeah.
And let's just play knight g2 first. So he could do other things. Knight g2.
Mm-hmm.
And then knight e5.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say f3. We were talking about this. Now I can think about bishop g6.
What about rook b3 though?
Rook b3 too, actually. So the issue now with knight g6 is we are creating a knight e5 question. And I am, well, it's not just a question. I am coming to e5. There's no stopping me to coming from e5 now.
Mm-hmm.
And white needs a move.
Well, you could start with knight d3.
Well, on knight d3, I have a couple thoughts. Knight h4 and also knight e5 anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't believe white's in trouble, but I feel like black's the one with the ideas.
But I don't know. I mean, knight has a square on c5. It's nice for us.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd rather be black in this position now, knight g6. I don't know about knight d3. I mean, one of the things that's hard for white is like, well, what move do I do? I don't
You can
think
start with f3, king f2.
good, and then that would be actually one of the nice things about that is at least shows the thing I was concerned about. So f3, knight e5, king f2. Now bishop g6. It feels like I'm cutting you a little bit from coming out and yada yada.
Rook c3. To me, it feels like white's still microscopically inching forward.
Pretty hard to move.
No, but why? I want king g3. I want f4, knight g2.
Okay. Yeah. So, anyways, after knight g6, white has to make a plan. I think f3, king f2, totally plausible.
Yeah. Prague moved, huh? He went h4.
h4.
Wow.
Okay, 11 minutes. And if I want to think about it, he's less than 2 minutes a move. All right, let's think about h4. So h4 denies g5, which could conceivably solidify our knight on e5. It allows on all these knight f4s, the g3 is much better. Like he can't do that thing I did to you with knight h3 to g5. Also on h4, it might help us in later e5 stuff, right? To have, if I'm going to play a knight g5 dance, it might be nice to have my pawn up there. I think, though, Kostya, that maybe one thing we could say right away is if that's his best move, then maybe this rook d6 is obviously better than the moves that I was looking at. Because now black has a wide range of moves. Okay, there's knight b2, e5. Knight e5 even makes, it's not dumb to play knight e5. Notice too that on knight e5, it's going to be perhaps difficult for you to play f4 now that your pawn's on h4 because maybe the knight g4 business is going to be too much of a thing.
Yeah, this could be a weakness too.
The very basic rook b8, that's a move for black as well now.
Yeah, no, I really like what Fabi did. I mean, it's kind of interesting. It's like this knight f4 is looming to take over the d file, and then if you try to drop back with rook a1, well, then you just drop b2. So it's hard to hold everything together here for whites. So very interesting. Okay, Jesse, I go on a break as well. Should we set up
Sure. Let me send
analysis
you one
board?
of these things, and I'm definitely going to stick with the Fabi game. So
Okay, right
one of these nasty chess.com things.
here.
I load from Gim. Actually, I'll just send this to you first. And you maybe you look at it one last time too, and tell us your updated your updated evaluation for the Fabi game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me think.
Flip the board too. And give it to us from Black's perspective. So Black at the bottom.
Okay. Yes, 1 second. Yeah, so for Fabi, I go minus 0.6. Starting to like it a little more.
Okay. All right.
And I think we are all set. Yeah, we got the live position, we got the clocks. Okay, I come back.
Cool. All right, you guys, let me do where I think the first thing we look at is knight takes b2. And then the problem we say is rook takes e5. And this position, we just say, nope, this is not anything for Black. For example, I mean, yeah, there's no example. Black is fine. I mean, white is fine. So that's the first thing that Prague is saying about this move h4. So there are several other moves here for Black. e5, rook b8, c5, knight e5, knight f4, even knight b4, maybe not totally dumb. Knight c5. And in general, all of these moves, I'm trying to say that my king is better and that I am going to win the battle of the d file. At the moment, the move that I like best is e5, though I might change my mind on it. So for example, let's get rid of the move c5. On c5, snip, snap, something like b3. And then what do we got? I don't think we got nothing. Nothing. So we'll get rid of that move. Can we get rid of the move rook b8? This is maybe a more pressing question because rook b8 looks like, hey, that's something I want to do. Maybe on rook b8, he can play knight a4. Pretty reasonable claim to say that knight b2 doesn't do anything. But white isn't really threatening much right now either. So this one I'm not going to reject. We're just going to keep it in mind. Just keeping my eyes on the other games. Yeah. Anisha's trying to fight. He doesn't have much. What was the issue with knight b2 was the question. And I think I kind of dealt with it, but if knight b2, snip, and if pawn takes, there's this snip. So rook takes, and now e5, and white has pressure here, of course, and he's coming here. Once he gets here, it's a real pain in the butt. How's the blue bound endgame? Dojo is not especially interested in the blue bound endgame, but we might go there. We really want to focus on this game. If we putz around with a bunch of different games, we're not going to be able to appreciate from a human level what Fabi's going through here. Fabi has to win this thing. He doesn't have to, but it would be really nice to win this thing for Fabi here. So, I mentioned e5, of course. That's the one I'm trending toward. Let's put on this move then, e5. Maybe white just says, you know what are you doing? I'll just come here. So what, I say. I don't think you want it. Well, okay. Okay, so here maybe, okay, so let me just say what I don't like about it is on a move like knight f4, how are we not simply losing the battle of the d file now? It seems like we are losing this battle. Maybe they'll look at this weird thing. G3, knight e6, rook a5, with the claim that if I get there, I'm completely fine. King f6, f4 exclam. Oh no. Oh no. All right, that might be part of the secret negotiations with this move h4. Hmm. You know, Kostya got happy with black at the very end, went to 0.6. I might dial it back. I might dial it back. I don't see anything special yet. Hmm. Did we talk fully about rook b8? We were thinking knight a4. There might be other moves besides knight a4. Be like rook b4. The party kind of goes on. It's hard for white to improve their position. So I don't know. Rook b8 looks like a good move. And we are, what is happening here? Yeah, h4. We're still thinking here on h4. Flying till fall. I think it's very impressive that you got the umlaut into your into the chat there. I don't know how you did that, bud. I don't know how you got the umlaut into the chat. Paritos is talking about h6. Maybe, but we do want we do want a good move. Would love to find something forcing here for black. At least to keep the game under control. I don't know what the point of h6 is. Karma's got it on the keyboard. I don't have it on my keyboard. You got a special keyboard. Uh-huh. Talking about giving some rope. Giving some rope to Prague. Hmm. I think part of the interesting thing about h4 is I think what we're saying is that on knight e5, I'm going to take once and then claim that any f4, knight g4 is no big deal, and I'll still get the e5 thing in. True? Maybe. That's a big one to think about, though. All right, because I am winning the d file. It's very scary to invite this knight in here. And if we imagine e5, rook d2, basic, rook c6, basic. And we'll say, we're fine. Any kind of knight e3, I'm always playing knight e4, knight g5. Now here's Aparitos. His h6 would come in useful if this ever goes down. Rook b8 on the board. All right, here we go. I feel like I'm a GM today. Now, did I absolutely call it? No, but that was the move that I couldn't find that seemed the clearest to me. Now, let's go back. So rook b8 is played. And I was looking at knight a4. Let's check it out to see how long it takes him. Let's think, are there other options besides knight a4? Rook b8 is a very basic move. All right, 8, still got. So yeah, Prague is down to like a little less than 2 minutes a move. No increment. One thing that I think chess fans will find kind of frustrating about this position is there's going to be a lot of hidden ideas, and it's going to be some deep calculation. The knight endgame in general is the most complicated thing ever. So I notice when I do the grad show every Wednesday, for example, that when we have players annotating their games, they will often not annotate it very deeply because they're just overwhelmed by all the choices that both sides have. And during the game, if I have a look at their time management, they often don't think too long here because they're not able to really think deeply about this kind of position because it's so hectic. Yeah. I like black. Well, I like black. I thought knight a4 was the best move. I've been trying to improve that knight forever. The knight might someday go to c5 or something like that. One of the nice things about seeing the knight go to a4, though, is now I'm not worried about e5 stuff anymore. Paritos is asking about e5. Now, here I thought, at the minimum, it's a nice position for black, but let's get into it. And now check to the miserable king. Maybe a little unpleasant. Now we want to say the obvious that king f6, knight e4. Aparitos, thank you for the question. You are absolutely right. This is the question. Let's play king f8. Now you have a choice between knight e4 and rook h7. If I was white, I might consider the following. Knight e4, rook b2, or rather, excuse me. D5, I think if you allow knight d6, that's probably too much. Knight f6, rook b2. And now, if the knight, well, knight h7, check the miserable king. Something like this. Seems like white is on top, but it's pretty hectic, dude. It is pretty hectic. Let's go back and make sure we're on the level. All right, so this is our position here. Rook d2 played. Not so he's not going with the big questions. All right, rook d2. The claim with this move is that if you play rook b2, knight b2, then I again have e5 and I'm doing great because of the knight e4 stuff. If I play knight b2, then it's just poor because of snip and then snook. So rook d2. And this is a slowish move, which gives black a number of opportunities. E5 here, now e5 looks even stronger. So I'm going to go ahead and call e5 for black. I think it's nice that we stop the e5 resource. Maybe maybe you look, Jesse, to decide what you think. Yeah. Right, if we decide that we cannot take on b2, Now this looks weird, but I don't even want to do it. Some kind of move like rook b2, rook b7 rather. Maybe white can play knight d1 good. In general, that knight's got to fix itself. The dangerous thing for black actually too is, let's just say the obvious. He has a dynamic advantage. And the bummer about rook b8 is maybe you're going to win the pawn, but you aren't necessarily going to win the battle of the d file anymore. In fact, let's just say when you play rook b8, you are no longer winning the battle of the d file. And if you lose the battle of the d file, a simple problem that you're faced with is if like your dynamic advantage fades and white consolidates with a move like knight d1, even if it's passive, then white can say, hey, I'm the one that's better, buddy. So maybe rook b2 was a good move, d2. Maybe rook b8 wasn't it. So for example, on my move e5, I don't like it after knight d1, honestly, just because I don't know what I'm doing. I might go back to d8 even here in this position. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Paritos is talking about knight d1. I think knight d1's a nice move in this position. You're going to fix your knight. It does something now defending the... Let's just say it. When you played rook b8, you took your eyes off of the d file where we had all those nice attacking variations. And so now I'm not sure. It's almost like the claim, like we're going to go to the b file. We're going to take the pawn, and that's how we're going to be better. No, but I don't know. I don't know. Don't look like much here, friends. Hmm. So rook b7, I don't understand. Knight d1. Then what's our plan? Rook d8 after knight b1, maybe. Seems pretty weird, but yeah, maybe we have to go back to d8, honestly, just because things are what they are. Also on rook b7, I don't think I'm threatening to take the pawn on b2 because we've just decided that knight b2, rook d6, ed, and rook c6, no, nothing. And if rook b2, then there's no point in playing the rook to b7. I don't know, Tafaska. We'll see. We'll see, buddy.
Alrighty. What I miss?
Well, we have some interesting things happening. And I think Prague is playing this well. So if we back up one move, Fabi played rook b8. And the drama with this move, Kosti, as I understand, is like with the doubled rooks, or as the kids like to call them, the stacked rooks on the d file, the double stack, we have potential plans of invading to d2 and getting some lunch. But with rook b8, now we give up on that plan and say, now I'm going to try it. My dream is to take the b pawn. And even though my structure's all nasty, to serve, come out a pawn ahead. But after rook b8, Prague calmly played rook d2. And the problem here is I don't see anything for Fabi after rook d2. Knight b2, it just looks like snip snap, rook takes c6, and I don't get it. If knight b2, I mean, it's all similar, right? It's all coming off.
And wait, if rook b2, then what's happening there?
So on rook b2, we have rook takes, knight takes e5.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't see it here because of you, old 94.
Got it. Okay, let me try. Oh, I think I need control.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Let me give you some control. Everybody needs a little control.
Okay. Um, yeah, I thought knight b4 is interesting. Should you look at knight b4? I thought two moves are interesting. Knight b4 and rook b3 followed by knight b4.
All right. So let's first try knight b4. So rook takes d6,
Yeah.
rook a7.
Yeah.
But wait, why isn't white doing great? He's up a pawn. Look at that. Rook takes a7,
Well,
h7.
I thought, okay, b pawn I'm definitely winning, right? And then I thought I'm going to be active after that. That was kind of the idea.
Okay, I don't know.
Um, so for
He didn't
example,
win the b pawn though. I mean, I'm white's up a pawn here. White's up a pawn.
okay, for the momentito, let's try knight d3. So
Okay.
rook d7, I want king e5. Or maybe d5. Maybe d5 is easier.
All right. My mom said, well, she said a lot of things about this, but she said h5 was good, but also maybe knight d1. I don't know. Rook c7. Let's play h5. I don't know.
Okay. Take.
He's taking my nuts. Oh, maybe you got a little something. Okay, so we'll mention knight b4 as a move. It's very hard for me to believe after rook a7. King f6. Yeah, it's just very hard for me to believe. Even the move instead of rook h7, the
But
move
why is it
f4.
hard to believe? Isn't like I mean the king is better for black, yeah? And like we get rook b2, we cut off white's king.
Oh, okay. I mean, also because when you played knight b4, you are cutting your own rook off.
Hmm.
and you're just going to have end up coming back.
Yeah.
So before we do knight b4, let's look at your other move, rook b3. And this would be cool if
Right.
white had nothing else, right?
Yeah.
But and the other thing they've got is this knight d1 move, and that was kind of what was pestering me this whole time here.
Okay, maybe we start with h5.
After knight d1.
Yeah.
Tell me, so this is just to hold the pawn.
Yeah, I want to go knight b4. Yeah. I feel like if I get knight b4 without giving the pawn, then it's like, it's got to be really good. c5 was a thought too, yeah.
Okay.
Or king f6. Yeah, fair. I like king f6 too.
Like, I don't know, king f1.
Okay, play.
Rook takes. Pawn takes. So now rook b6 seems annoying. Play rook b6.
Mm-hmm.
These positions are hard, right? It's like, do I have something, or is it just completely equal?
Yeah.
It is gratifying that I fixed the pawns. I mean, here in this position, I'll just say, I don't know if black has anything, but I would rather be black. That's true. The knight's kind of funky on d1, and we can play a move like king f6, d5. We got ideas, yeah. Why can't the knight take on b2 after king f1?
Maybe after knight d1.
After knight d1, yeah. We can look at it, but the grief there on knight b2 is I go rook d6, ed, knight b2, rook c6, and then we've got to believe that white's okay.
I mean, I think it's kind of concrete too still, because if like, I think if black could play rook d2 without dropping the pawn with rook c7 or forcing the king to go back to g8, then like, then black can play there. If we had h5 in, for example, go rook d2, then that still
Well,
looks like something.
I don't know, buddy, but okay.
No,
Okay. Oh, we can talk about it. I don't know. We're not up a pawn or anything.
I know, but it's just like everything comes in. But yeah, here I think it's just kind of immediate draw, because this is hanging, and then rook c7 check. If we either give the pawn or we go to g8, which then we have no advantage. So,
Fabi's tanking pretty good here. So let's think about his options. So rook
yeah, I feel like
d2
he has a
on the
lot of
board.
moves, because he can also, like in all these lines, at any point he can throw in king f6 or h5 to kind of improve on all these variations.
Right. And one of the I like the rook b3, by the way. I like that one. That one's grown on me just because I like the idea of claiming that if you do play knight d1, that I will have le juice. Hmm. And somebody mentioned at some point going back to d8. That's kind of weird, man. That's pretty fancy. But at some point, maybe playing rook d8. Maybe, for example, if the knight goes to d1, it somehow bring the knight rook back. Maybe the poster child of that variation would be king f6. Now, white can do a bunch of different things, but let's just imagine knight d1 and now rook bd8. Is that really something? Still hard, yeah, hard to believe. Hard to believe because now the guy can play 93 and I don't know. Doesn't seem like much.
Mm-hmm.
And we have the question, can we start with H5? Absolutely. Kosi mentioned that. H5 is a possibility.
See.
Yeah. Fabi's going to tank pretty good. So it would be really, the ideal for Fabi would be find some variation with some tricks that's kind of forcing and, you know, kind of have it planned out a little bit, even if you take 15 minutes and see if you can really create some interesting problems for white.
Mm-hmm. But this is the kind of position I think Fabi's really, really very good in.
Dude, Fabi's amazing at this position. Yeah.
And it's honestly it's such a joy to like hear him in the press conferences sometimes when he starts like rattling variations, like things he saw, and it's just like, oh my god, just like I mean the quality is obviously very good, but for me it's really the quantity that impresses me. It's just like how much he sees, just like lots and lots of lines, and like, oh yeah, and this doesn't work because of this 6-move variation, and this doesn't work because of this. It's like, oof. Dude, Naka has this like basically the same endgame he had against Fabi, but with colors flipped of the bishops. So Fabi had like light scored bishop. Here he's suffering with.
I haven't looked yet. Do you think the blue bound has a good chance to take him down?
I think it's very unpleasant. He's not down a pawn like he was against Fabi, but I think it looks very unpleasant to me. It's just like a free attack with the opposite color bishops. But my guess is it should be a draw.
Yeah, actually, I think this should be too hard. Shouldn't be too hard, but you know. Fabi's the only one, but the reason Fabi should win this tournament, he's the only one that can take blue bound down. Nobody else.
That's true.
Take this man down.
That's true. Yeah, it made it look pretty straightforward too. So there's some updates with Cinderov, yeah? What are we?
I think it looks pretty equal.
Still equal?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, 4 moves to make for
pressing.
Giri.
I guess we got to say he's the one doing the press of the coconut or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, he managed to basically get, I mean, like the maximum, yeah, he could have hoped for.
Mm-hmm.
But how to actually, like for example, rook d6, and then what is white?
Yeah. Now you might be able to play bishop e6. That's controversial, but rook d6 is the let's call it the basic move. And actually he played rook 8 b7.
Rook b7.
Saying you can have my coconut. What is the intention there with rook 8 b7?
I feel like he's saying that white just can't make progress with the extra pawn because you can't move your knight and then you can't push the pawn. So how do you do anything?
Okay, I don't know.
I'm not saying he's not going to blunder into some Cinderov trap, but I think that's the idea.
Still, I think you want to not give away the pawn for nothing.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. He also has bishop e6. Maybe bishop e6 is his point?
So rook d5, bishop e6?
Yeah.
Okay, that's more my speed.
Yeah. Probably should have started there.
There we go. Caleb to use on it. Yeah. Okay, rook 8 b7. Nice move. That enables, so yeah, if we say that white has nothing, then black can have all kinds of other things. All right, rook h2 played.
And look at Cinderov. He's pressing. He's trying. Yeah, he obviously could have just made a draw if he wanted, but once more.
So it looks like king g6 is a pretty natural thing to do. King g7 if you're afraid of rook h8. Okay, yeah, there's a little press.
Yeah. I'll drop the video for everyone in both chats. You guys can check out the video feed of any game without the eval bar, courtesy of Lalo from the dojo. So excellent little tool there to follow the players.
By the way, is this a thing where, oh yeah, so unfortunately when we switch, it doesn't automatic, well, when we switch at least with this analysis board, it doesn't automatically switch. If we switched it on the game feed, would it automatically switch with our evals?
No,
Because
I
this
got
is
to switch
showing,
the eval manually. Yeah.
right, that makes sense.
Um, yeah, it'll take a smarter mind to figure out how to get it. But yeah, I guess so. The eval we have just for run is Prague Fabi. So that's why we're liking Black's position there. And that's, still for our main analysis board. But yeah, just looking at the live position for Giri. But yeah, just so everyone knows, we
And
have the
I'm
Prague
dialing
Fabi game.
mine back a little bit. So I had negative 0.5, and I think it's so difficult here. I'm just going to put it back a touch to negative like 0.3.
Interesting.
Very key moment for the whole tournament. Like he's got extra time. He's got a position where he should be able to generate play, and he's got to find some way of making creating grief here.
Yeah.
So let's go our candidate moves here. There's people have talked about h5, rook b3, knight b4, e5. People have talked about rook b7. I didn't quite get that one, but yeah, rook b7. If you were going to move the h pawn, it feels more natural for me to play h6 than h5, but okay. At least with h6, you have to worry less about e5 sack variations, right? Because then the knight e4 thing.
Yeah, maybe you need some flexibility with g5.
Get a little flexibility, yeah. Nordovich is saying, haven't we called the tournament? No way, buddy. If Fabi wins this one and the other one goes to a draw, which we expect, Fabi's only a point behind, so he has to just win his game against Cinderov.
Yeah,
And
Fabi
everything else is equal.
still gets a big white game against Cinderov, and so far Fabi has scored 3.5 out of 4 with white. H6 played. Wow,
I'm a GM today.
you're psychic today. Very nice, very nice. So we can understand I think he's trying to prepare knight b4. Prague under pressure.
Well, it also just kind of, yeah, it's a good pressure move. Gets a little flexibility, and I think White had earlier chances to play e5, and I thought that position seemed like the one for White to play. But anyways, h6 permanently, not permanently, makes e5 a lot more difficult because the knight g5 move won't be there when it arrives on e4.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
So good question now. One of the horrible things about time pressure is if it's not a position where it's clearly a forcing move, well, it becomes a little harder. So let's imagine candidate moves here for White. We have King F1. We have we could talk. I don't believe in E5, but we'll mention it. We have some kind of knight A4 or knight D1. When you were away, Kosti, I wasn't thinking rook d2. I was thinking knight a4. So at any point, he could play knight a4 here. And I want to stress, like I said earlier, about half an hour ago, it's not the case that Fabi's without potential drama himself. If White can consolidate the position, then he might just have a winning structure. So what I'm trying to say is White has transitory dynamic advantages, such as the beautiful knight on d3, that if he doesn't do anything with those advantages, he could eventually end up drifting into a poor position.
Yeah. Um, Interesting. Yeah, for me it looks tough for white. I feel like black is going to fix the structure and then have some small advantages there.
Some kind of G3 move at a certain point could become a thing. Well, let's get into a little bit then.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say King F1, just because that's what they would do.
Yeah. Um, let's see here. Knight e5.
Yeah, let's say there's a couple moves, 95. So a nice thing, of course, now is there's the rook a7 thing isn't gonna destroy all my stuff. Okay, here I have an obvious question though. Rook takes,
Mm-hmm.
pawn takes. What about this weird f4 now? Very concrete.
Yeah, knight d3.
I'm just gonna take on c6, see what happens. b2. All right, I'm gonna take on d6 and see what happens. Pretty sure we want to play e5. Knight e4.
Okay, I think I have to give check.
I don't know which way I'm supposed to go. Let's go to e1. All right, rook d7. Let's just put it on g7. Maybe h7, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, here?
Let me go. Maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'll go h7. So, playing. Let's send your king on a walk. Knight d6.
Mm-hmm.
Check. b7. Knight d6. Now we'll play rook f7. Oh, that was no good. I missed that one, Cry. Okay. I was being so fancy. All right, that was a good sample variation. Let's see. Let's make sure they haven't moved yet. We got to move knight D1.
Right. Okay.
So there's a guy in chat. I haven't seen him in a while. Oh, there he is, Aparitos. And he was talking about knight D1 about an hour ago. So knight D1 makes a lot of sense. And one of the questions, okay, with knight D1 is when we transition, when black gets to decide how we transition with knight C5, knight B4, all this stuff, then is the knight poor on D1?
Yes and no. It's like it looks passive, but it hits B2, and then if you lose B2, it's ready to kind of just jump back into the game very quickly, or trade off. Um, hmm. Now what?
Let's try your fancy move, rook B3 here, Kostya.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, and then could think about C5 next or
I
knight
might,
B4.
depending on how it goes. I also have maybe knight B4, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of a nice square to be on.
Maybe we should check Cinderov game, huh?
Are people saying he's in trouble?
People asking. So rook d6, king f2, king g7, rook a5. White does have ideas coming around to the back rank.
Good news for black is he's going to have more time in just a half a second.
Yeah, he needs to make two moves though. Actually, it is kind of feels like key moment.
And one critical weird thing is that because of the way black's pieces are, like I can't put pressure on the d4 square, which is normally the way you get out of this kind of mess. So rook b4, king e3, and then I don't got anything.
Mm-hmm.
Huh, okay. Wow, dude, if he won this position. Oh shit. Oh shit. It's unpleasant, dude.
It
It's
is.
unpleasant because the bishop can't really move anywhere cool.
It's 3 minutes. Senderov not at the board.
No, he's never at the board, dude.
He's like, huh? My opponents just think and think and think. Just chilling. Just as easy game. Just memorize first 20 moves and then play fast. Although yesterday, we were looking at it with Josh, and he made the point actually that Cinderov had an hour left after making 20 moves, which is actually very reasonable time management. If you have 2 hours for 40 moves,
Mm-hmm.
and he had over an hour, he had a little bit over an hour for 20 moves left because your opening moves are given to you, so he didn't have to spend time on those. So it's actually quite reasonable time management in terms of leaving yourself an hour for the 20 most critical moves.
Mm-hmm.
It's just everyone else is tanking and going far below.
One thing actually Josh told me years ago about players who break in to like a top group like Cinderov's doing is he made a really interesting point that the problem when you come in and let's say you have a interesting style or you have some interesting skills, your opponents are going to be looking at your games and they'll figure you out. So for example, we know Fabi very well. We know Anish very well. These are established players. We know all the things that we do. They do. But we don't really know Cinderov that well. Like we didn't know that he was going to do this time thing, this time game. We didn't know how deeply booked he was. But now they know, or they're starting to know. So he might have a great tournament now, but that kind of play, they're going to get used to it. In the same way, I feel like Aragaisi, the players have gotten used to his style. They've understood how to play against it.
Maybe this is what's happened to Gukesh since. I mean, this is actually very similar. If we assume, let's follow
Mhm.
your line, say
Right.
Cinderov, you're like, okay, he's having a great tournament. It was a heck of a tournament to star in. You know, if he wins this tournament, it's like he's fighting for history all of a sudden. And like Gukesh ascended to the world championship, had this amazing Olympiad, and then
Mhm.
since then has really struggled.
I think Gukesh is suffering other problems too. But yes, that's also the Josh's narrative about Gukesh could certainly apply.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if people have figured him out, or yeah, if it's just too much pressure or what. But
So we have Rook B4 on the board over there, and we're anticipating King E3. And I don't, maybe Rook B4, I don't understand what the point is, but Black, of course, could just play Rook B7 next and say, what? What do you want to do to me? This is what I'm guessing is going to happen. Cinderov, the only reason it's probably click ticking down a little bit is he's not at the board. He's got to come from his fancy room.
no, he's there. He's thinking. He's thinking. Yeah, King E3, Rook B6 on the board.
King E3, Rook B6. Interesting.
I mean, if he wins this candidates and then wins the match, I mean, it's like one of the most incredible rises in recent history. You know, it feels Tall-esque, right? Tall won the candidates when he was super young and then wins the world championship at like 22. Kind of coming out of nowhere, right? Like crushing everyone, his famous style, and then defeating Botvinnik as well. And it's like, yeah, Cinderov came out of nowhere. Imagine winning a candidates just by putting pressure on the clock.
Wait a
It's pretty
second,
funny.
Kostya. Let's go to this position with King E3, Rook DB6.
Yeah,
All right, riddle me this. What is going on with Rook D5 now?
definitely
So,
take. So Bishop E6.
Bishop E6. Oh, it's check. When I play knight takes bishop, it's check. If it wasn't check, I was thinking Rook D7 was going to be a little bit of a hell of a drug, but it's check.
Ah, okay, okay.
But I still don't know if I'm convinced. So Bishop E6, let's go Rook D8. I don't think
Mm-hmm.
you can't play Bishop takes B3 anymore because of the knight A5 drama. Maybe you play Rook takes B3 and sack the exchange in that position.
Sure, yeah, you try to hold it. I had something like this very recently.
Hmm.
Maybe on Rook D5 you could just sack immediately. And then go for some Bishop C6.
Right. And so in that kind of position, we say the bishop parks itself on a square like G6 and says, no way, buddy. You're never, even if you trade rooks, you're never going to have enough sauce.
Really? I think trading rooks, that wouldn't be dangerous?
Well, the general theory is right. Like if you have the bishop on the opposite color, it's very difficult. Opposite color of the pawns. In fact, there's the famous position where there's three pawns on the board and white has to play an amazing breakthrough to get through, where two pawns on the board should just be easy peasy.
Hmm.
But black also doesn't have to trade rooks. It might be a good example of fine endgame skill there, right there.
Yeah. I think with rooks on the board, then it feels like a much easier defense. Because you always have potential counterplay white has to worry about, and you can like defend f6 and stuff. So that one, actually, I would think black should hold down the exchange.
Yeah, because I'm looking at that position right now with the rooks off. I think it's just a draw. I think it's a known draw.
Okay.
Okay, Fabi. He is tanking good. G5 played,
Whoa.
again keeping the tension, and white thinks 2 minutes and plays the, I think, very ambitious H5.
Yeah.
So
He's
H5
dreaming
is
about
making the
the knight
claim
on
that,
G4.
yeah, that my knight's coming to G4, buddy. I don't know. I don't know. And this introduces now the hope of knight F4 at some point. It also makes the game incredibly concrete.
Yeah.
All right, let's put that on our little classroom thing. So, not rook d3. What's wrong about that? G5, H5. Okay, so here we are. So the first claim that white makes when he plays H5 is that knight F4 is nothing. Because I snip, snop, take on C6, no problemo. This knight E3 G4 is potentially kind of a thing. So
Yeah.
candidate moves could be rook BD8.
Mm-hmm.
One of the nice things too about it is with rook B3, I was always hoping to say that if you played knight E3, I was going to move my knight and attack you. But any knight move, and then you're going to play knight G4, and it's going to kind of suck for me.
No, but hold on, because we have the tempo on the rook. So you do have rook b3, knight b4 stuff, or knight c5.
Maybe, okay. Still pretty complicated there, but yeah.
But there's also, yeah, knight f2 exists as well to try to trade off. And
Mm-hmm. All right, so candidate moves here are rook b3. I don't like knight f4. Rook bd8 seems weird.
knight e5,
Knight
because then you cover g4.
Right, that might be the most plausible thing, but okay, here's an obvious question there, though. Knight e5, rook takes, pawn takes, rook a7 check.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you go? Here, let's put that on the board. So, I don't like it.
Wait, moment. Yeah. I feel like black could get more, or should play for more.
Okay, let's go back then.
Yeah. And why not rook b3, or did we have anything?
No, I think rook b3 is a really good question.
Mm-hmm.
So if knight e3, then we say, ooh, baby, knight e5, and we're doing okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let me try your knight f2.
But here I thought we could maybe go for rook in game.
Okay, but knight takes f2, rook takes f2, and I'm fine. Right? Maybe white's better even in that position.
No.
Well, I'm not worse, right? I mean, I got your main beast off the board, and I still have the better structure.
But I go c5, but black is so active.
Well, we're not worse here. Rook A5.
Yeah, maybe white's not worse, but I think
All right, let's see if we can come up with something better
I don't
for
think
black.
black's worse. Yeah, either. But yeah, we don't have to trade. Okay, so knight f2. Yeah, I didn't realize rook f2 is possible. So knight f2, then let's say knight e5 there.
95, good. I think
Yeah.
that's the right question. Now, it's still the same, though. We go snip,
Mm-hmm.
pawn takes, rook A7 check. Oh, no.
It's similar, yeah. Um, well,
Darn it.
okay, yeah, this is a problem. Okay, now we understand a little bit.
Now we understand. Okay. So, rook B3, we don't understand. This whole knight F2 thing's a real pain in the butt.
What about g4?
G4 is interesting, and I also want to mention the move we mentioned 1,000 years ago with rook B D8.
Mm-hmm.
So G4, do I understand this move? So one cool thing about G4 is if knight F2, Kostya wants to rage me with knight takes, rook takes, and then G3.
Yeah, how do you like that in game?
Okay, so interesting. Do I understand what's going on? All right, I'm going to do basic things. So 93,
Okay, take.
takes.
We have a few moves maybe here.
All right, rook takes, pawn takes.
Yeah. Yes, Dan, the problem with king e8, knight f7 ideas, or putting the knight on f7 at any point, white's knight comes to g4 and all those lines, and we're just not able to hold the h6 pawn. We didn't really go into it, but that's why we have been rejecting all the lines with rook a7 check. Just no way to hold h6. Or if king g8, there's like rook e7 always and stuff. Okay, so this one. Annoying move. Okay, gotta go here. Don't go knight g4. Actually, you can. Knight g4 is possible.
But just rook A7, basic is all get out.
Fine. Also, okay. King f6.
Oh, show it to him, Kostya.
Beautiful. Okay. Well, actually, I mean, I'm not totally convinced here just yet. King f8.
Oh, I don't know why white is worse, honestly.
My rook's coming into.
I got F5, I got knight G4.
Yeah, white's okay. Okay.
Let me try something, Kostya, because this was also a chat request ages ago. So instead of G4, let me try rook B D8. And the claim is that on 93 that I will be better on 95. Is that true? I don't know, but that's the claim.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should check it first. So 93, 95. Rook takes.
What did you want here?
Rook takes. And the claim is that I will come to D2 and I will be better. I don't really have a strong faith in this, but that's the claim.
Mm-hmm. Wait, do we have moves? Oh, 95 played. Okay. So
Okay.
he's allowing this rook a7 check.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, oh boy. Gotta keep up the main line. Jeez.
Right.
Okay, what? Knight d1, g5, h5. Okay, promotes.
I think promoting it, I don't know how much it actually helps. Sometimes it ruins it too. Sometimes the chess.com analysis board has too much at that point. It's like, God, get out.
Too many lines. Okay, yeah, here are the questions after rook a7. Oh, wait. Did your board move?
Well, okay, so was there's probably more than one move here, but I was concerned with f4. Oh, wait a sec. No. I'm sorry. Yeah, too many lines, Cry. Too many lines. Hold on, I'm in the wrong position. I'll take us back here. Okay, so h6,
Oh, wait. Yeah, this is, yeah.
5, g5, knight d1, knight e5.
Right.
Rook takes, pawn takes is our current position.
Yeah. And he did give check.
Now, see what happened? It just reverted. Chess.com didn't like it, the analysis board. It reverted to an earlier position on our board.
Oh, it's because I'm trying to promote the variations.
It doesn't like it.
Yeah.
It doesn't like the promotion. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay, but it should.
It should, but yeah, trust me.
Wait.
I've been to this rodeo before.
Wait, so I refresh and where? Oh, it's still on e5. Yeah, it doesn't like. Okay.
It doesn't like anything.
Okay, sorry. All right, let's find it again.
You could also just load the current game up and add it as a new game. It might be easier for the machine to like digest.
Right. But I like having the analysis here. Okay, so this is what we have. Now we have rook a7 and king f8 played. Okay.
King f8. All right. Interesting. So the first claim is that rook h7 is met by knight f7.
Yeah.
And then we win.
Wait, did we not have this before?
We had similar things. But knight e3, we didn't understand.
But maybe this can be answered with rook b3.
Interesting. Okay. That's kind of fun. That's fun. Now, let me just say, as an example with this, like let's say rook b3. Let's say I just play knight g4 like an idiot. Am I still drawing that? FG. So rook h7 is the quote-unquote threat. g3. Okay, rook h7. Rook h6.
Looks like a pawn, yeah?
Well, at the minimum, it's a spicy position. I believe I'm white, though, because like rook h7 and I cut your king off. It's complicated, but I believe I'm cutting. See, the whole thing in the game position, too. I'm unconvinced with Fabi's position because white's rook. White's got a good rook.
Yeah, white has nice rook, yeah. Well, he went king f1 and now d5.
Okay. So he didn't fix his knight. We're going to see, by the way, we will see mistakes now from both sides. We will see mistakes. King f1, d5. I don't like king f1. Just want to put it out there. The claim of king f1 is that he can just sit there while I improve my position. And maybe it's true. So because now black has to improve the position with just two people. He can't improve his king anymore. His king's a chump.
But you have knight f7, king g7.
But once I play knight f7, then the gates are open for white to do his thing.
No, I understand. Yeah.
And even then, let's imagine knight f7, king g7, king f6. You still want to move the knight, and then you still have to worry about rook h7.
True. Okay, takes on the board. My guess is he's going.
It's a hard call.
It's not obvious.
One thing I like about takes is then it's a hard call for white, and then you're gonna know. You're gonna know what the board is looking like after.
Yeah.
So let's see. The drawbacks of ED are maybe somehow like the f5 square you lose.
Yeah. So he did take C pretty quickly too, given he has some clock.
I think intuitively it makes a little sense to me to play CD. So now it's easier for him to protect his pawns. Like one nice thing for black is now he doesn't have to worry about a C pawn anymore.
True.
I'm real close to just calling this equal. Maybe, as I said, there's no reason there's no key reason at all to think that white is worse anymore. Right? Is there? I don't know.
For me, the B pawn is weaker than anything black has.
Okay, white played a move here I don't like. That is at least
Ooh.
encouraging for black. He plays rook a6, and this is going to allow my king to live.
Right.
The claim might be that on king e7, I still go back rook a7 check, and if you play king f6, I play rook h7, and if knight f7, I do my knight e3 thing, and I say, what? That might be the claim with rook a6. No matter how you think about it, though, it's got to be a good sign for black, because now we get the chance to do something. So nice, because our king, like the whole reason like white was comfortable, it felt to me, was that our king was so terrible. So now Fabi gets to think about this and wonder, is there some way that I can work it?
Yeah, Prague is really banking on this knight g4 plan. King e7, rook a7, knight d7. Probably just knight e3 and knight g4.
Yep. And this is the whole thing with h5 is like eventually to gain counterplay on the h6 pawn, both with the rook, with rook h7 ideas, and also with the knight.
For sure, he wouldn't go rook a6 without having a concrete line here. So yeah, I feel like Prague is in control.
Yeah, he's got only 6 moves to make too. It shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, if it's draws all around. Oh, Naka drew, by the way.
It's good for him. Yeah, no wins for Naka first half. Did anyone see that coming? Well,
By the way, my friends, we got this rook's exchange sacrifice in the Cinderov game.
yeah. I think Gary's holding that one.
And right, my claim is that it's a draw. And the position I'm trying to recall. So imagine, Kostya, I think the standard theoretical position is, if you imagine white pawns on f4, g3, h4, black pawns on f5, g6, h5, okay? And we're going to give black the rook, and we're going to say, if white has the bad bishop, then it's immediately over because the black king walks in. But if he's got the good bishop, so a pawn, like a bishop, say on f3,
Yeah.
so that position is winning for black because black can arrange a g5 break. And it's really hectic. There's a lot of analysis on it. So the reason that I'm saying that the a niche position is easily drawing is there's less, there's considerably less pawns, considerably less opportunity to do some kind of fancy break like that.
Yeah, but it's not quite the same structure though.
It's pretty close.
But the difference is that, like, for example, with the Giri game, White has the plan to put, without rooks, a king on e7, and then put the rook on the sixth rank and just go after the f pawn.
Well, here in our current game position, there's a big question. Black could either, if he takes the rook, that means he's just going for this theoretical position that I'm looking at. I don't know if he has to. I feel like he could try to keep the rooks on the board too.
And it looks like he's also in agony over this decision. Like, does he think it's a draw or no?
Well, also, is it easier to just keep the rooks on the board?
Yeah, I feel like I would just keep the rooks on because I feel like it's
Yeah, he
easier.
takes it, Kostya. See,
Takes.
this, by the way, Kostya, this is that fundamental endgame is something you should know, my friend. That's something you should know. That F4, G3, H4 position, that's like, oh, Kostya, that's one of the end games you should.
I do know that one. I knew exactly what you were talking about.
Well, anyways, if you do that one, you'd be like, oh, this one's a draw. I
But
think you're,
it's not the same. That's why I was thinking
but
about it.
you're thinking like you're gonna push my king to the eighth, and it doesn't happen.
No, no, I just want to bring my white king to e7.
And how about F5 immediate to mom? What are we even talking?
Okay, but that's a concrete draw versus
No, I
this
think
position
even
is
without,
holding.
if it was white to move too. I mean, I don't know how you stop F5, but also even if I don't play F5, I don't see how you win.
Well, I just said I bring the king to e7 and rook to the sixth.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that other position with F4, G3, H4, people have analyzed it to death. Can the black king come in? If,
But it's not the same structure. It's here it's f6 g5. You're talking about f5 g6 with a dark scored bishop.
all right, so here he plays king F7. F5, arguably easier, but I think he's just doing this thing I'm trying to say. No, no puedo do nothing.
I definitely think if Gary went for this, then he must be very confident that it's a draw. So I certainly trust him.
I mean, it's the kind of position that even if you know it's a theoretical draw, you could blow it, right? You could still find a way to blow it. It's not like it's immune.
No, but like okay, so the one you're talking about with like 3 versus 3 or 2 versus 2, I feel like that one is not hard to blow, or,
Yeah.
or not easy. Excuse me, not easy to blow it because
Well,
it's like you're just
I
kind of
think
holding on.
if you let him do some kind of pinning you to the back rank, for example, even then, I don't know. I don't think so. I think that one's maybe a good way to talk about it, Kostya, is to improve the the white position significantly. Like put the rook on c7, the king goes to f8, and then ask yourself, is that one winning? And I think the answer is no, because the king stays on f8 and you dance the bishop back and forth. And yeah, there's no entry. So, right, that's a good limit case question, right? So, like, even if you allow the dramatic case where the king gets shoved all the way back, yeah, I still think that's nothing. Now, if you could get your king to e7, then that would I'm imagining that is something. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess if we bring the king to d6 and we give a check on the seventh.
So as long as my bishop's not on f7, let's just park it like a b3 or a2 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then yeah, how do you make progress from there?
So I give a check on the seventh, and then black is going back king f8.
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay.
That was the position I was starting with. I don't think black needs to give you that, but that's the like base position one.
Hmm.
like, or the limit case position.
Lars is saying rook plus f pawn versus bishop is a draw, according to Sabo
Yeah.
Botvinnik.
Yeah. Rook plus f1.
Wait, this one I'm not familiar with. Rook and extra f pawn is a draw?
I mean, that's pretty highfalutin. There you need to know special things. But
Uh-huh.
imagine what he's talking about is the same, actually imagine the same fortress structure, the king on f8, the pawn on the f file, and you still kind of need the king coming to e7 somehow to break through.
Right. Yeah, no, it should be a draw.
And let's say the obvious, our friend still thinking, trying to create something. It's seemingly equalish.
Yeah, Cinderov is very much like playing. Gary, king e7, he's not impressed.
Yeah, and if you're white here, you just play it till the bitter end, right? Just go around and around and around and around.
Yeah.
Even if you know it's a draw, you're still gonna go forever. Okay.
Yeah, color of the bishop matters. So yeah, with a dark squared bishop, then
Then it's like very quickly over.
that's probably bad. Yeah, like king walks in on the light squares, and it's just you get checked. The king is dominating, and the rook will eventually come in and take f6, and yeah, easy win, I think. And then rook versus bishop, no pawns is a very easy draw, as long as it's not some kind of like really extreme position, basically.
Oh, Fabi, bud. Yeah. So the way I'm not seeing anything for Fabi at this point, man. It's a real bummer. I get rid of all these arrows.
Rook and f pawn versus bishop. That one I'm not clear.
Wait, what's the question? Rook.
Is rook and f pawn winning against bishop?
Well, it depends what color bishop we got.
Right.
Right.
So
If it's
what does the bishop need to do?
well, I think we just talked. I thought we mentioned that about 5 minutes ago. It's the king sits on f8, the bishop stays on f7.
No, but I'm
Or
understanding
on the
this as
diagonal.
like rook and pawn, like rook and extra pawn against
Yeah,
bishop.
exactly. Yeah, that's what I was
Oh,
saying.
okay, but you're okay. I thought you were saying there's like pawn on f6.
Yeah, you put a pawn on f6. So put a pawn on f6. Put the king, I don't know, d6, white king d6, e5, black king on f8, and the bishop stays on that diagonal of g8, a2.
But what if I put the king on f6?
I think that's a big deal if you can get to the king to f6. But the black has to basically say no, you can't do that. I mean,
So the endgame is rook and f pawn versus light squared bishop.
light square bishop.
So, but dark squared bishop, it would be losing.
That's my sense of it. Yeah.
So it's like you need the bishop that's like not controlling the promotion square.
And Tafosca, you're asking, should he push the F pawn? My understanding is that he could push the F pawn, but he understands this position to be equal as a fortress. So he doesn't have to. It's maybe more risky to push the F pawn because then you're giving up squares. So imagine the beauty of the fortress is the pawns control the dark, the bishop controls the light.
Yeah, and he goes king f8, so he didn't even think about it. So he knows.
Twitch, I always have to allow things when it says the F. It doesn't like it. The F. Oh, dang. Fabi's doing the big tank here.
Wow.
It might be a sign that we're out of juice too, that we just don't have any, even, we don't have any ideas for the guy here.
I mean, rook a6 is a nice find, I feel. It's like we thought, okay, white's got the rook, that's nice, and he just goes rook a6. It's like, oh, he also has tempo.
Yeah. Ah, it's a bummer. I think we've got two draws here, Kostya.
Mm-hmm.
We got two draws here.
That seems likely. Let's check out the Fabi cam. He's interested. He's thinking. But I don't see. But yeah, on the podcast, I remember saying, I was like, I think Naka is definitely going to have a bad first half. And then I thought that he would catch up in the second half somewhat.
Unfortunately, it's bad enough that you're like, it's there's no catching up.
Well, now, I mean, now he's not, I mean, he's not catching up to the leader, but I don't think he's going to finish last.
I mean, whether you're second or last, it doesn't really matter too much. If he, I mean, the interesting thing was if he was going to even have a shot at, was he going to be in the conversation?
Right.
All right, I think I'm going to wait until Fabi moves, and then I'm going to go deal with my life, Kostya, my life.
Yeah, sounds good.
SC Penko, by the way, we haven't really been paying attention. He looks much worse.
No, his position's tragic. He's up a rook.
He is up a rook. We should mention that, Cry.
But not for long. I mean, black's winning something back here soon.
I mean, he could have just taken the knight there, but he was like, no, I want a little bit more.
Oh, he already could have taken the knight. Okay.
So I think the point is rook c1, rook c2, rook c2, queen a4. Welcome to the dojo.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, that's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do we think, okay, obviously, let's just look at the standings for a second. Wei Yi's way down there in the cellar. It's hard to imagine. So if we imagine, obviously, like Fabi has an outside chance to catch the guy.
Yeah.
But dude, yeah. I mean, if Prague won this game, I guess we would say he's got an outside chance. But other than that, like, that's kind of like, it's just a tale of a couple people, which I think will make the tournament, it's kind of a bummer because then, like, they are going to be playing Fabi and Cinderov, and they're not going to really have much to lose or gain.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the issue with this tournament because it's like super long. It's 14 rounds, and then at the start, it's like everyone realistically has a shot. But as people lose their chances, then it's like they're suddenly playing people that are playing for everything. They're not playing for anything. It's weird. It's like honestly, for the candidates that are out of contention, like why do they even have to finish the tournament? Obviously, they have to because of the format and stuff. But it's like
Hmm.
you would think if you're out of contention, you should just go home.
There was a great April Fool's about Naka dropping out of the tournament. He was like, "Yeah, I don't want to give away any more rating points. I just didn't have the time to do the prep. I'm out of here."
Right.
And it was written like with quotes and stuff in a really convincing way. I was like, I was early in the morning and I was like, it kind of got me for 10 seconds.
You almost shared it to us. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, I almost said, emergency pod, you guys, emergency pod. But it's like, it's not, it had enough truth in it. It was like, well, I could kind of imagine it. I could kind of imagine that happening.
Also,
Imagine too,
it's not inconceivable.
it's not inconceivable. I think it would, I don't think he would do it because I think he understands that he's played enough chess that you, in any invitational tournament, you can't drop out. There's got to be like, not just a death in the family, but your own death. That's the only way it happens.
Yeah, but like if he dropped out and then retires from classical chess after that, then there's not much they can really do to him.
Right.
It would just be a very unsportsmanlike thing to do.
And by the way, we're coming back on Tuesday, and that's the big Naka Caruana showdown. And the reason that happens is they want to put that game as close to the beginning as possible so that there's no chance of like countrymen throwing the game to each other.
Mm.
But when you think about it, like if you, I don't think Naka would ever throw the game, but especially not to Caruana. Uh, but in any case, like it's from the perspective of the tournament, it's kind of already the case that Naka's out. And if there was going to be potential of throwing games, you're not really changing it much by forcing them to play each other early.
Yeah, exactly. At that point, it's already if you're gonna collude, it's already very helpful to do so for Fabi. But yeah, I agree. Just very little chance of that happening.
Dude, Fabi is now lower on time. He finally played King E7. We are anticipating Rook A7 now. We'll see if he's got an idea. I don't see it, by the way. Rook A7 played. So I'm looking at King F6, and I don't see what to do after Rook H7. I'm looking at King D6. I don't see what to do against Rook H7. And then on King F8, the worst case scenario for white, you just back it up with Rook A6. So that's our little drama here. Facing. If I was in Prague shoes too on King F8, I might consider, if I could find any way to play on, I would definitely consider it because, hey, you know, his king's cut off. Why am I worse?
Right.
Like King F8, I don't know, King E2. Is there really a way for black to mess with me? I kind of doubt it.
Okay, so what does Fabi do?
On King F6, to me, it looks like he's worse. Surprisingly, just you risk Rook H7 and no Knight F7 because of Knight F2. Unfair. Yeah, unfair. Okay, we got some moves. King F8. Now, will Prague go for it?
It's an invite. Yeah. It's an invite for a draw.
Now, if you were super clever, you could repeat once. And you would repeat once and then go for your crazy line. So, for example, one way this Russian trick of repeating once can really hurt a person is Prague could put you could imagine a scenario where Prague thinks forever and then picks up his rook to play rook a6 and says you want to draw and then Fabi doesn't do the draw.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's a hell of a drug.
Right. So get Prague to tank.
Yeah.
But no, Prague checks.
Rook a6, and then we're gonna see if it just ends here.
King e7 played fast. And Fabi, I think he looked up at the Giri game because he was like looking kind of behind him for a little bit there. So maybe he was just looking at the Cinderov game to see like what's happening there.
By the way, my conception of how to play the position, that shit just went down. That just happened.
Yeah. Yeah, now if Fabi, well, Fabi can claim right here. That would be three time.
The draw, my friends. Okay, Kosi, I'm gonna see you on Tuesday, bud.
Okay, see you then.
All right, my friends. Goodbye. It was great. Fabi, buddy, you got to come around. Second half. Bye, buddy.
Alrighty, folks. I think we'll stick around just a few more minutes, see what happens in these games. Folks, I have an announcement to make. Have you guys heard about this chess party happening in Stockholm in just a few weeks? In fact, we're less than, I think, 2 weeks away. I'll be there. They've invited me and the dojo out. So I don't know if anyone has heard of it or anyone's going, but if you're in Europe, Sweden, you still have a chance to go. Check it out, chessparty.com. Looks super fun. I mean, it's going to be, I think, a huge event, but I'll be there. I think Matt's going to be there. And yeah, they're going to give a full booth to dojo. So we'll be at the expo. So maybe I'll get a chance to meet some of you guys there. I'll drop the link for you all. Chessparty.com. If you're in Europe, Stockholm, 2 weekends from now, definitely check it out. Oh, and if you want tickets, use code ChessDojo. You get 10% off tickets to the event. I don't think they're too pricey for the 2 days, but yeah, get yourself discount and hopefully I'll see some folks there. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm heading out to Europe actually in less than a week. And I'm first going to this chess and education conference, which is cool. Going to be a panelist. Talk about chess and education. Then chess party. Then traveling around a bit. Then I'll be playing Sardinia Open in beginning of May. So yeah, some fun plans for me coming up. Okay, Fabi, I have 5 minutes. Officially hasn't drawn yet. He's kind of ready to draw, but I think he's thinking, and looks like King F8 on the board, but with claim or without claim. So he plays it without claiming. He could have claimed. But he decides to let Prague claim. I just want to stick for a second with Fabi game. See if Prague claims a draw. Yeah, now Prague can claim with rook a6. And we'll see if he goes for it or if he decides to play for a win. Fabi's a little confused. He's like, oh, don't you want a draw? Prague's like, I don't know. No, maybe Prague wants to play a little bit Would Magnus win this endgame? I mean, I'm guessing it's a draw. I think if there was any chances here for black, then Fabi would keep playing, given the tournament situation. I think if there are any chances for black, Fabi would keep playing here. So I kind of trust his judgment. Would Magnus play on? Maybe, maybe not. And Prague, he goes rook a6, he doesn't claim. Fabi's looking at the... Okay, now Fabi's going to claim. He's like, all right, I'll claim. King e7. And yeah, draw agreed. Okay, let's go to Cinderov game just to see if you'll manage to pose any questions to Giri. So yeah, this one I think is a draw, and I think it is a known draw. Like, it's not exactly like the endgame that I've seen, because the one I was familiar with, I thought was, let's say, pawns on f5, g6, f4, g3, and then dark sword bishop. So it's like, again, you have kind of the correct bishop, but slightly different structure. But yeah, this one I feel like I actually have seen as well, because it looks quite familiar, this construction here, where white's king just can't get in. And so yeah, I don't think there's actually a meaningful way for white to make progress here. So check king f7. Yeah, why I thought it like might be winning is if, let's say, black allowed this, then this would be a very dangerous plan. But the king stays on f7 and f8. So Giri, I think, knew this because he put the king on f8 quite quickly. And yeah. Magnus would have never double stacked his pawns. You haven't seen enough Magnus games, actually. He really likes doing that. Okay, Wei did win, by the way. Not with checkmate on the board. So here, bishop c3 takes, knight c1, check, and Esipenko resigned in a view of knight b3, queen a3, looks like. No, wait. Hold on, sorry. Knight b3. Why he resigned? I mean, he's only up the exchange and position is horrible. But still, what's the knockout? So queen a3, bishop d3. Oh, queen a3, rook b3. Oh. Hello. Hiya. Hiya. That's GG. That is checkmate. So beautiful game by Wei, showing what he's capable of there. And yeah, this one I think is going to be a draw. I don't know how long Cinderov is going to push it. Let me check the camera, but I do think Giri is extremely likely to hold this because I don't think there's a lot of chances for white. Like, okay, you just to show one idea, like I was thinking about this earlier, you can try to organize, let's say here. You can try to organize f4. That'll be one way. But actually, how does black hold here, right? f4. Let's take rook takes. King e7, king g7, king e7, king f7, g5. Oh, and they're going right down this line. Okay, he just put the rook on b4 and bishop a2. Because he has to put the bishop on a2. So, okay, clearly he knows this. Because if bishop f7, then you get checked. And you either allow king e6, which is bad, or you allow king e7, which I think is also bad. And then bishop g8, you don't really want this, right? Because of check. Then you get into some zugzwangs. So that's not looking good. So bishop a2 forced, but now f4, right, is a question. It should be a draw. I think you take, rook takes, king, if king f7, g5. I don't see anything here. f5, take here, here. You're just down a pawn. King will come around and yeah, you lose this. So maybe king here and king here. Ah, yes, this is in time. Yeah. I was miscalculating this earlier, but this is in time. Take here. And then you can attack the bishop, but it will come around. And it will take the pawn. Okay. So, yeah, that should be a draw. Cinderov saw that in 3 seconds. And now he's thinking, how else can he try to push? But I don't think, yeah, he's going to have chances. Okay, so we're calling this one draw. Let's go, let's just check on the women. Just curious what happened. Their games. And okay, let's see. I heard there was a blunder here. Vaishali Tanjangi. What happened here with Tan? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. How is possible? How it's possible? She had 16 minutes here. Oh no. How it's possible? Oh, she didn't want to press the clock. Oh, that's so sad. She saw it immediately. I had that once against me. I was losing and down a pawn against 2600 level grandmaster, guys. And he made his move, realized that he had just blundered and made in 2 in an endgame. And I'll never forget just how nonchalantly he pressed the clock. Like the time from him making the move to actually pressing the clock, you know, is like an eternity. Because I already saw the mate, and I could just sense that he saw it as soon as he, you know, let go of his piece. And yeah, sometimes you just see it right then and there. It's such a bummer. Dang. No, yeah, it's very low level tactic, of course. Yeah, no, this is like first 10 problems of Puzzle Rush, basically. It's like really simple, but no, blunders happen. Blunders happen. No, you let go of the piece, it's over. Once you let go of the piece, your move is confirmed. Got to see this moment on the camera, though. Because she was playing against Vaishali's time. You know, Vaishali has low time. And she's like up a pawn, and the position she blundered in. I mean, this was quite good. Like if she didn't go rook a1, just rook a2, and life is good. Yeah, why did these blunders happen? Like as soon as you let go of the piece, I think it's like once the move is made, it's like your brain kind of refreshes, and then it's like you see the position, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh my god, what have I done? I gotta see this moment though. Okay, rook a6. Skip ahead. And how does Vaishali react? Okay, rook a1, she lets go. And she's just like, oh my god. Oh, she froze. She froze. She hit the clock and she froze. And Vaishali just takes on f6 immediately. Oh, brutal. And she's devastated. Yeah, no point in hiding your emotions here, because it's too late now. She was trying to keep poker face on rook a1, you know, but Vaishali took very quickly on f6. Like, she didn't need to. Dang. And then, yeah, endgame is winning for white. His bishop is just too strong, and... Wow, black resigned here. But yeah, it's over. It's over. I mean, you can do anything. You can... yeah. But let's just say for the point is that the pawn is too far. So here, take, push. Basically, white's very, very close to a draw, but... Or black is close to a draw, but not quite. So we just take a2 and just in time to defend. So bummer. Okay, Muzachuk drew. So I think she's still leading. And then we have two more games. Goryachkina trying to defeat Zuzhiner with some chances. Nice queen and knight action here. And we have Divya against Lagno. Divya with extra pawn. Extra pawn for Divya. So she has some reasonable chances to convert this one as well. Okay, guys, we check back in with Cinderov. And then we might call it a day. Let's see. So rook b4, he didn't go for f4. He goes rook b5, king f7. And yeah, maybe he'll try for something like this, but there's always bishop to b1 to reckon with. So yeah, should be a draw, folks. I think that's going to wrap it up for today's coverage. Couple of reminders. If you want to join the dojo, get a structured training program, a group of peers to train with, a whole community to support you, check out chessdojo.club. We're running a special during the candidates. Who knows how long it's gonna go on. If Cinderov keeps winning game after game, tournament might be over very soon. So if you want to sign up for the #1 fastest growing chess site according to ChatGPT, when I prompt it in a specific way, definitely check out chessdojo.club and use the code candidates to get 20% off any membership. We have the core membership, which gives you access to the training plan and the Discord and all of the great tools and materials we have. And of course, we now have the live class tiers. We're now teaching live classes every week. We got openings, middle games, end games, calculation, players reviewing their games, got some nice groups. So definitely check out the live classes as well. Speaking of, how is the search for 2,000 plus players going? It's going. Most of our time is spent on the candidates these days, but yeah, we're hoping to get some more 2,000 plus players into the program. Okay, folks, that's gonna do it. We'll raid FIDE so you guys can see the rest of the end game there. I'm sure they're gonna cover the rest of the games, but yeah, that'll do it. Tomorrow, rest day, guys. Rest day tomorrow, so no candidate stream, but maybe we'll have different stream. And then we'll be back Tuesday with more candidates coverage. Okay, we raid Big FIDE, guys. We raid Big FIDE. Please be on your best behavior. You know, they don't like talk of, you know, freedoms or rights or things like that, right? Or running fair elections. No one bring up the elections, guys, okay? Be nice in FIDE's channel. All right. See you all next time. Take care.